Members, it's 5 minutes to 1. Please come to the chamber. Members, it's 5 minutes to 1. Please come to the chamber so we can get started on time.
House will come to order. Members, today's prayer will be given by Kevin Pugh, Associate Pastor of First Baptist Church in Tuscaloosa. He's a guest of Representative Bill Lamb.
Let's pray together. Father in heaven, I come to you this afternoon to ask you to lead and guide this session of the House of Representatives for the state of Alabama. I pray each representative would seek your wisdom as they make decisions that impact the lives of so many. Help each representative to know that all authority comes from you, and you are the Lord of all. As the great King David prayed, yours, O Lord, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the victory and the majesty indeed. Indeed, everything that is in the heavens and on the earth belongs to you. Yours is the dominion, O Lord, and you exalt yourself as head over all. Both riches and honor come from you, and you rule over all, and in your hand is power and might, and it lies in your hand to make great and to strengthen everyone. Now, therefore, our God, we thank you and praise your glorious name, for all things come from you and from your hand. Lord, I pray that each member of the House would be good stewards of all that you have entrusted to them as they represent the people of the great state of Alabama. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Miss Emma Noble, a recent graduate of Homewood High School, a 2022 winner of the American Legion National High School Oracle Contest. She's the guest of Representative Kenneth Pascal.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Almond, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, South, Stahagen, Standridge, Starn, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"60 members having answered roll, quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 20th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 20th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Chair further recognizes Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rule 69 requires that we engross all committee amendments for Senate and House bills in the committee substitute. Due to some technical issues with our new system and the approach to the end of session, we're passing more Senate bills. The Clerk of the House and the Secretary of Senate have requested that we suspend this rule with regard to Senate bills only. This will give the Senate an opportunity to engross our House committee amendments and proof the final enrolled Senate bill. The House bills, we will get an additional opportunity to proof the engrossment of the House committee amendments. So this change will give us a second opportunity to proof those. And this will additional opportunity for any technical issues. I move that we temporarily suspend Rule 69 with regard to Senate bills only for the remainder of the session.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Rule 69 is suspended for the regular Senate bills only will remain in session. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two announcements today. Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association picnic lunch and live music tomorrow on the Capitol lawn from 11 to 1:30. And Sweet Grown Alabama luncheon at Alabama Cattlemen's Association tomorrow from 11:30 to 1 p.m.
Mr. Pringer, further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene Wednesday, May 17th at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports from standing committee and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. No resolution. Okay. Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Do I have there's no resolutions reviewed today, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will call the first uncontested local bill on the regular order calendar.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 423 by Representative Hurst relating to Talladega County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 47 ayes, 0 nays, 43 abstention. BR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 423. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 423 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 444 by Representative Ellis relating to Shelby County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 48 ayes, 0 nays, 48 abstention. BR is passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 444. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 8 ayes, 0 nays, 93 abstentions. HB 444 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 446 by Representative Marcus relating to Coffee and Pike County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 55 ayes, 0 nays, 47 abstentions. The BR is passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 446. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 446 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 448 by Representative Halsey relating to the city of Helena.
Question for the body is passage of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 52 ayes, 0 nays, 47 abstention. The BR is passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 448. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 448 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 449 by Representative Warren relating to Macon County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 55 ayes, 0 nays, 46 abstentions. The BIR is passed. Question now is final passage of HB 449. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 19 ayes, 0 nays. HB 449 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 241 by Senator Singleton relating to Hale County.
Clerk, unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk, lock the machine. Record the votes. 52 ayes, 0 nays. HB 241 has passed.
That just to be our. Yeah.
Question now is final passage of SB 241. Clerk will unlock the machine and some members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 15 ayes, 0 nays, 89 abstention. SB 241 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee. Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 190 by the Rules Committee, the Special Order Calendar.
Chairman Lovern.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first bill on special order calendar.
On page 61 of the calendar, House Bill number 421 by Representative Ingram relating to state symbols.
Representative Ingram, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is brought to me by the students up here. I'd like, if you could recognize them, Mr. Speaker, the fourth graders at Trinity Presbyterian School. And that's who brought this bill to me and this proposal. We've never had a state cookie, and they got to studying state government and symbols and realized that we did not have a state cookie. And so that was something that they come up with, and they did a contest, and the seniors judged it. The fourth graders had the recipe and the parents. And this is the final cookie in the contest, and I think most of the people here in the chamber have tried that cookie. It's a good cookie. And I'll entertain any questions on the BR. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, tell me again where this group is from. Trinity
Presbyterian School here in Montgomery.
So we got the fourth grade group from Trinity Presbyterian Church with us today. Let's give them a big hand. This is their project. That they've worked on all year. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Be the first person to speak on the cookie.
No, not at all. But I will do entertain, but you got to be less.
Don't you say anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
So I will tell you that as a classroom teacher, a former classroom teacher, I would come to this mic commending the teacher and the students for the work that they've done. Now, generally, when we start talking about symbols and things like that, I generally will I'm wanting to come to the mic in opposition of these different things. We tried to make cornbread one year.
That's right,
the
I remember
state
that.
symbol. And I said, we have a lot of issues that are going on that I think we ought to be focusing on.
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to the education and as it relates to healthcare, as it relates to jobs, et cetera, et cetera. But I'll say this about the classroom and the teacher, the fact that this work has been put into action
Yes, ma'am.
The last symbol that we dealt with was the sweet potato.
Sweet potatoes, that's right.
And those young people were on Zoom the evening that it was late that night when we passed that particular bill. But I really came to the mic to commend the young people for the work that they've done on this. And especially, I would like to commend the classroom teacher. What better way to get young people involved in this process? I saw them at the committee meeting the other day, and you handed out cookies. And the sad part about you handing out cookies, I didn't get one.
I'm sorry, I'll make sure you get one.
I don't know apologies necessary, but I do commend. Yeah, right. I commend you. One, you also thought about the state of Alabama in terms of the peanut and the work that George Washington Carver has done. And that so we are honored to be able to say someone who worked in Alabama, who is a scientist, who found all of the different uses of peanuts. I would think he would be proud of the work of these young people as well.
And you've said it right. I mean, what they have learned so much about agriculture and the process of what we do, and I commend the teachers. They
Most definitely the teachers.
It's an amazing. Thank y'all.
But I know, but the teachers, good students, follow the directions of good teachers. Yeah. And when you do that, you have positive results. So I really came to the mic to commend them, not only on using the peanuts, but the pecan as well. And how if we look at the growth, I mean, like you said, there's so many things that they can learn from this. How long it takes a pecan tree to grow, how long it takes the peanuts to grow. Peanuts, what are they? Plants or vegetables? All of those things that they've learned as a result of this work. So
they'll never forget that.
They will not. The sad part is that I think that the students should be standing over there where you are and making this presentation.
I agree.
So
and they were at our committee meeting, at the committee meeting.
They did, yes.
They did. Yes, ma'am.
But
thank you.
No, I want to say thank you and to commend you all for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, a lady. Sure, recognize the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
You know, usually when you have a bill, I got to scrutinize it and got to go all the way through it and look at every
page,
little comma, everything about it. Now, I'm sure it's hard to hide anything in a bill like this where we are just naming a cookie.
Yes, sir.
Well, the only problem I have with this bill, and this is to the students that did it, you know, y'all are asking me to make something the state cookie, and I haven't had not one. You've had one. I need a cookie. Where's my cookie? You know.
I think they can arrange that one day.
You think they can arrange that? Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate them and what they've done. The thing that I think they are learning most that a lot of schools and need to expose the young people to, and that is the political process. They need to understand that what we are doing down here actually affects their lives in more ways than just naming the cookies.
That's right.
So hopefully it will instill in them a desire to understand more about how we work down here and what the things we are doing and how they will affect their daily lives. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to come up and speak on this.
Thank you, sir.
Representative McCampbell, before you leave, I think the chair would grant floor privileges if they had cookies to bring down. Just say it.
If they had some cookies to bring down, we might could get some of y'all down here to speak, I think. Wait, no cookies?
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Chairman Garrett.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, will you yield?
Absolutely.
One thing I've learned about you, besides you being a great legislator and a good friend and good colleague, you know cookies.
Well, I appreciate that.
My wife and I visited your place Saturday and had some great cookies. So it's good with you. It's good for me.
I
Thanks, sir.
appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Bracy. That's right. We have to get one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition with the gentleman yield.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Also, I think it's a great idea. It's a great process. I think back to when my political career started. It was when I ran for the SGA and became the SGA president in the 7th and 8th grade. And it's kind of how we started with the process. And to see, you know, students doing something like this, I think it is important because it helps with the process. And if I'm not mistaken, students learn about Alabama history in the 4th grade, and they have opportunities to tour the Capitol. I know a lot of my 4th graders come up, you know, from the Mobile County Public Schools and Saraland and Chickasaw and Satsuma to visit during the 4th grade. So it's a very active year where a person can learn about the process of what happens in Montgomery, and they get a chance to learn about the 3 branches of government and everything. And this allowed them the opportunity to participate in the legislative branch of government and actually have an opportunity to see firsthand the executive branch, because the governor at some point, you know, hopefully if this bill make it all the way through, will sign this legislation.
right.
So they will see at least 2 branches of government working just based off of this bill. How did you end up getting the bill?
I guess because of being in Montgomery, and it's, you know, a lot of them live in my district.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's really good. So when I look at the ingredients of the bill, I see, you know, we had a big shout out to George Washington Carver and Tuskegee Institute at Tuskegee University of Tuskegee.
That's right.
Tuskegee University. And I thought that was a real big deal and a tribute to Alabama farmers, and talk about peanuts and pecans. Have you had the opportunity to eat a Yellowhammer cookie?
I have to admit, I've had maybe 3.
3?
So, yeah. They're
Do
really
you have
good.
some with you?
I think I got 2 left in my office, so I'm gonna have to divide these.
Do
up.
y'all have some?
I don't know if they'll even get any.
Y'all don't have any?
Not today, they did.
How can we vote on something if we don't know what it tastes like? How do we?
I don't know.
What is it kind of equivalent to? Is it kind of like a shortbread? You know how the shortbread had the
No, it's kind of
pecan?
like an oatmeal cookie. Instead of having the cream in the middle, it's got peanut butter. So it's kind of like an oatmeal cookie with peanut butter in the middle. It's really good. So it's a sandwich type cookie with the peanut spread in the middle,
Oh, kind of like how the oatmeal cream pies.
but with peanut butter in it.
Okay, and
Really
so
good.
you have 2 of them.
I've had a couple, yes.
So would you have 2 extra in your
I
office?
think I have 2 extras in my office.
Okay, are you willing to share it with me?
I am. Yeah, I am.
Okay, so you are willing to share.
I am.
You're not gonna forget.
No, sir.
Okay, so as soon as this bill passes, you'll have opportunity to share.
I'll come find you if I don't get mugged before I go get back with those.
Now you can't get mugged because other people say they didn't have any, but nobody specifically asked
I'm gonna
for
bring
you
you
to
one.
share.
I'm gonna bring you one.
Okay, is this something that you think? How or are they going to be able to mass produce it, or is this something that we're going to be able to have a trademark on or
I
something
think
like
it's
that?
something, I don't know about the trademark part, but I think it's something that, you know, families can make on the weekends, you know, and,
Okay.
and I think the recipe would probably be shared by the kids. And I think it's something that, it's going to be made a lot, you know, I think. It's just, made with Alabama products, with Alabama oats and
Okay.
pecans and peanuts, peanut butter.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool if it was something that could be mass produced. You know, in Mobile we have Mardi Gras,
Yeah.
so we throw sandwich type cakes, pastries,
Green
cookies.
pies, all that kind of.
Right, moon pies, little Debbie cakes, oatmeal cream pies, all those different types of things. Wouldn't it be cool for Mardi Gras to be able to throw
That would be
the
a dream.
Yellowhammer The official cookie of the state of Alabama, the Yellowhammer cookie during Mardi Gras, and that just be something that really grows. Because if that was mass produced, I'm almost sure, you know, people in my part of the state, I know during Mardi Gras would just really buy those if they're packaged similar to the boxes with maybe like the 10 or 12 in it or something like that. That would really give them the opportunity, because it's hard to throw single things in the Mardi Gras parade.
And that'd be
But
good
to
for,
throw a big box, it would be pretty cool, especially if it was reasonably priced, and it would give the opportunity for our farmers to make more money. And then nationally, it would give the opportunity. So we have like the moon pie drop in Mobile, but it would give more national attention to
the Alabama Yellowhammer.
the Alabama Yellowhammer cookie nationally, because when you have people, these news stations going live about the Mardi Gras, you know, they always run to New Orleans. They talk about Mobile a little bit, and they talk about other areas that's celebrating. This will give the opportunity to bring a lot of notoriety.
I think it's a great opportunity for the state.
To this,
really.
And also notoriety to not just the state, but to go back to, this is where this idea came from. It just give a lot of notoriety to this great school and these students and the idea that they had, and just really make it even larger than life. I could imagine at this moment, they would probably think that this is a real big deal, just having this conversation. But this could even be so much bigger than even this conversation that we're having right now. Because it can really be a big deal. It could be something they could talk about like on Shark Tank. You know, it's different investors who like to invest into it. You're a businessman. You kind of have an idea of how some of this stuff works. I know we've been having conversations about financial literacy and stuff like that in schools. And, you know, I think this is something that could give a foundation of how you can actually take an idea, turn that idea into legislation, make that idea become something great throughout the state, and we can figure out how to mass produce these ideas. And then how can we get these ideas on the shelves in our stores? That would be something pretty doggone amazing.
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
It would be.
I know we have different food banks throughout the state. We have just different distribution pipelines. We have the Alabama Retail Association that has relationships with grocery stores. So we have the grocery store people. We have like the Walmarts and the Targets. And I think it's a great opportunity. I know I see a lot of times people, when you go into like a local Walmart store, they talk about shopping local, and they talk about, you know, the produce in this section of the store is from local farmers. And wouldn't that be something amazing for the pastry section of the store to talk about, you know, this product is a local product of local students in the state of Alabama. It gives us the opportunity to talk about something really, I think, positive about our students, because we have so much negative in the news all the time. But to have something this positive to talk about with our students, I think it's pretty amazing. I think you're really fortunate. Do you represent that school district?
I represent a lot of the children that go there, yes.
Okay. I think you're really fortunate to have, you know, bright students like that in your district. Just to even have the mindset and the administration and the teachers to come forth and say, you know, we're going to support this idea. You know, as a kid, so many times students and they present these ideas to adults, and so many times adults would just pick up that idea and just sit it on the side.
Right.
They don't do anything with it. They just kind of treat it like that's just a kid. You know, we're going to move on. Pick this up and say, you know what? I know somebody that I can call.
Right. That
could probably get this done. It seemed like it was kind of late, because I see it's number 421, but it's never too late.
Never.
As long as we are a part of this process, and to see, you know, sometimes I have issues on the order of bills and which bills are first on the calendar, but to see this bill first on the calendar
It's a feel-good bill.
It's a really good bill because how often is it that we have something like this to be first on the calendar where you can say, you know what, this is something great. This is something for these students. It's zero controversy. You know, it's just one of those
Bring us
good
together.
bills. Sometimes we need to bring it together more.
I know it. I know it.
And, you know, this gives us that opportunity as the first bill on the calendar, which a lot of times those first couple are kind of divisive. But this one right here is a really
And
good
the gentleman's
Thank
time
you for the
has
opportunity.
expired.
Thank you, man.
Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR has passed. Chairman Ingram.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. While she's making her way down here, we'd like to recognize American Legion, the guest of Representative Pascal, Willie Rogers, Braxton Bridges, Ryan Marshall, Buddy
There with their
King,
finger on.
and Richard Kester. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for
Yes.
paying attention to young people. One of the first resolutions I did when I first came into this body was for a young lady at one of my elementary schools that wanted us to do a resolution encouraging every city in the state of Alabama when they went out to rework their streets to create bicycle lanes. And you see bicycle lanes all over. We did that resolution back in 2003, and we came back and named it after her. She graduated from high school about 5 years ago. But we have to listen to our young people. And if we stop just, shaking them off when they come to us, a lot of situations that we magnify, they could simplify for us. And I also appreciate you mentioning Dr. Carver and his work, because when I was a student at Tuskegee, I did the tours of the Carver Museum before the National Park took them over. So I appreciate you giving kudos to the works of Dr. Carver and Tuskegee. And also when we were students, they had so many pecan arches or groves or whatever they call them.
A lot of.
And the students would have to, we didn't have all of this automation in the 60s. So we would go out and help pick the pecans that they used in the agriculture department. And a lot of people don't know, for years, we had a company in Chicago, which we could very well have had one in Alabama, which was sort of impossible at that time. But we made fruit cakes that they sold nationally with the pecans that we collected and picked in Tuskegee. So I thank you for giving the institute that I graduated from and the university that exists now the credit that's well due because of the works of Dr. Carver.
They do great research. Thank you. Yes,
And
ma'am.
when are we going to get this recipe or some sample cookies?
I think we're going to work
I
on
think
that.
if we had a supply today, it could help us in the vote.
Yes, ma'am.
But I would like, even if they take the recipe, like the Alabama lane cake,
Yes.
when you call it up on the internet, you go in and call, that's our state cake. We go in and you call up Alabama lane cake. So for the recipe for these cookies, if we could work, so when you call it up, you could call it up as Alabama, I think it's
Yellowhammer.
the Yellowhammer cookies.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that it'll be easy for us to find the recipe and try it out, because I'm waiting to.
We'll make sure that's available. Yes.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for your kind words. Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks a lady. The chair would like to recognize in the gallery former Congressman Martha Roby is here with us today. Congressman Roby, thank you for being with us today. I know you've been part of this project, right? Thank you. Question for the body is final passage of HB 421. The clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote.
Somebody get Wilcox.
Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 421 has passed, and Alabama has got a state cookie leaving
Thank
the
you,
House.
Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 319 with substitute relating to the Alabama Alcoholic Beverage Control Board.
Representative Drummond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is this yours too? Members, this is another bite at the vaping apple. It seems like every time I come up with this bill, we've got something else that comes up. So as you know, in this body, there's nothing we can do unless we bite several times. So this is another bite at this apple. What HB 319 will do, currently, the vape products containing nicotine are regulated, but the purpose of this legislation is to regulate all vaping products. The legislation that you see before you makes it illegal for retailers to sell all vape products to youth under the age of 21, makes it illegal for youth under 21 years of age to purchase, use, possess, or transport any vape products, makes it illegal to sell any vaping products. Some of the features in this bill, it identifies the products that do not contain nicotine so that they can be regulated along with everything else. It regulates the sale of e-liquid. It includes all vape products definition for nicotine delivery system, and it requires that the product and the distribution, it also requires prevention material. The things in this bill, first and foremost, you will see a $50 application fee in the amendment, but we now will have an opportunity for ABC to help us to get the bad stuff off of the shelves that are being marketed to young people. If you're like me, I have about 1,200 vape violations in Mobile County, and we're just now in May. And teachers, as well as others in the communities, are having a terrible time with kids who are vaping. It will also provide penalties for those who hold the permits. It will also provide consequences for those kids who are repeatedly vaping in our community. Mr. Speaker, this is a summary of the legislation. I have a sub as well as an amendment, and I call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell. First person to speak on the BIR.
You're welcome, sir.
Recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
I was looking at this, and I see it's being handled on the Alcohol Beverage Control Board. I'm glad to know that we are going to have something out here, and I look forward to us voting on this because it is a problem within our communities where our children are exposed to a lot of things that they honestly shouldn't be exposed to. And we really need to find a way to give children the ability to grow up, you know. And can you tell me exactly what your bill is doing in that vein? How will it help us?
Well, as I said when I stepped up here, this is another bite at the apple. And for me, biting this apple is for the health of our young people. As you know, we have passed, in 2019, we passed the Drummond-Stringer Act, and it did okay. And then in 2021, we passed another legislation for the pre-market registry that is now, has already, Department of Revenue has done a wonderful job. They have identified all of those manufacturers they have to go and certify, as well as put those appropriate, and none of them are appropriate, but put the products that can be sold in the state of Alabama. But what was happening, we didn't have the enforcement arm. So this piece of legislation will, through the fee structure, will create about $1.2 million for 8,000 permit holders. Those monies will go to ABC, who's already gearing up to make sure that we can go and enforce and get all of the bad stuff off of the shelves that are coming from China and Mexico. Then it will also, when you look at this bill, these are the pieces that I think are more powerful for me. We've also worked with the Department of Education, and under their section of it, the penalty money will go to the Department of Education to create vape programs that can be administered to those kids who will violate, not only for them, but also for their parents. That's a powerful piece for me. And the other piece that I think that I like is because we do not get any money from this industry now. They have agreed, as I told you earlier when I stood here, and I know you understand this, I have worked with more groups on this piece of legislation. This is truly a compromise from everybody, but I think that overall what we have achieved is going to help the health and the welfare of our young people.
So, basically then, you're bringing forth a piece of legislation that is looking to the future, is basically trying to make sure that our children aren't exposed to things that could shorten their lives, first of all, because I think a lot of times people don't understand when some of these things that come in, people take shortcuts in making them because it's cheaper, and those things that they are taking the shortcuts on make it dangerous for our children to consume. It makes it dangerous for adults to consume as well.
Well, if you look in this bill, we have changed the definition for the e-nicotine delivery, and you will see the word substitute in there. And what we've done is try to think for the future, because as you think it, they're making something to go into the future. So we're trying to, Alabama has already been hailed as a state that has done well when we created the registry to point out all the bad stuff. But stuff is evolving every year in this industry. And I'm only concerned, I have had more people asking me about this bill. I'm only concerned with young people, 21 and under. That's my compromise point. And when you look at this, this bill also has language in there that will take us into the future as well.
Well, I really appreciate your consistent work on this issue because, as you say, it has been an evolutionary process. You've evolved from one level of understanding and have moved to the next level of understanding. And hopefully now we'll have some regulation and some, I guess you could say, some penalties involved that would deter people from these type of acts. So thank you so much for bringing us this piece of legislation.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a gentle lady yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I see you got your red on today. One question. Is it 21 and under or under 21?
21 and under.
So at 21,
they're on their own.
Okay, so they can at 21.
No, it's 21 and under.
Okay.
They have to be 22.
Okay. Well, you know that I'm an advocate for women and children, especially when it's the safety of our children. And I'm happy that you're bringing this bill up because we know that as well as tobacco, vaping can be very addictive. And I just want to say thank you. And if we had the opportunity to be able to help issues before they start, I think that's a good thing. So I just want to say thank you for this bill. And I am glad that the penalty is going toward education. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rafferty. You're recognized.
Okay. 21.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative, I just wanted to commend you on all the tremendous amount of kind of hard work that you put into this bill. I know that you've been working quite a bit on making sure that these products that are addictive, that could get our children hooked onto nicotine, and which is a highly addictive drug. As you know, I've struggled with nicotine addiction, so just wanted to commend you for this bill. I did want to say here that there's penalties to prohibit even the advertisement of vaping products as smoking cessation devices. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Oh, that it prohibits the advertisement of vaping products as smoking cessation devices.
What page are you on?
I'm on a summary here.
Okay, say it again. I'm sorry, I'm having a problem hearing you.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. So is there a provision in here that would prohibit the advertisement of these vaping products as smoking, to help you quit smoking and that kind of stuff?
Well, as you see in this bill, we've got the footage that you when you sell these products that you have to have before you can even be allowed to sell those things, and also to be able to put up advertising material to talk about the detriment of these products. They have to be posted in your establishment to those permit holders.
Okay.
So all of it is designed to try to keep kids from vaping.
Right.
And again, as I said earlier, one of my pieces that I'm really proud of is that not only will ABC use part of their money for enforcement, but they're going to use part of their monies to actually create prevention material for those permit holders to educate them on the detriment of vaping. And then on the other side, the Department of Education is also going to create a program to educate those children. And as you know, in school, that a lot of my educators, they've been ringing my phone off the hook.
Right.
But they have a problem because these children don't know that all kinds of chemicals are in these vape pipes. I mean, this is one of the cheaper ones.
Right.
But one of the things I think that drove me to work so hard on this particular piece of legislation, as you well know, and many of the other members do, in Selma, we had a young man that died as a result of vaping.
Right.
And what happened there is that his vape pipe was laced with fentanyl.
Yes, right.
I've had incidents in our county where kids got sick because some of the vape pipes have THC in them. So we don't know all of the chemicals that are in them. You will also see in this legislation, ABC will have authority to confiscate those items and then go and test them to see what those chemicals are in the items.
Gotcha. I think that's fantastic kind of gatekeeping or safeguards against this kind of thing. I've had constituents reach out to me who have had to deal with their young person, their teenager that somehow got a hold of a vape that once, thought it was just going to be nicotine or whatever, and then it ended up having something else in it. And they're still trying to figure out what was going on. We just know that it made this student very sick, very ill, and that she's now seeking justice and recourse in order to help help bring justice back to that issue. And I think that this bill is the proper steps to make sure and ensure and add that extra safeguard, like I said, to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Well, I'm, as I said, we've been working on it a long time, and there are a number. I have, and you know this.
Yeah.
You may work with one or two lobbyists or whatever. I dare to tell you the number that I had to work with on this piece of legislation, but I think it's a good piece of legislation. I think the amendment is a good, friendly legislation, because at the end of the day, for me, it is just to safeguard the health of the kids. So I will continue to bite at this apple as many times as needed to make sure that we save lives in the future.
Yes, and thank you very much. My last point is I feel like this is actually something that's going to be able to protect responsible vendors. I think that this is something that we've talked about before was, we do have responsible vendors who are selling it to adults, and we don't want them to be punished. And I think that this is going to be the very thing that would help protect them from.
Well, if you look at the pre-market registry that was put together by the Department of Revenue, and they did a very good job, those are the good players, if you have to put a word, but they're the ones who are selling to adults and creating those products. But what is happening, we're seeing a lot of products that are not regulated that are coming from foreign countries like China and Mexico, and we don't know what's in those products. The kids don't. They're cheap. This is a disposable one. You've got more crafty ones that look like a highlighter. For me, the one that came, and I always tell this story, I'm a Sunday school teacher, and I had one of my Sunday schoolers come in with what I thought was a zip drive that would go into your computer.
Exactly. Very easy to just.
I actually thought something was wrong with the kid because he started sucking on the zip drive, and I'm going. And so I knew when the whole class laughed at me, I knew that I was the butt of a joke. So, but that's what this is all about.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. Look forward to supporting.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Shary, the fourth person to be speaking on the BIR.
Thank you for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Certainly, sir.
I really appreciate you bringing this bill. You're exactly right. We don't know what's in these products. I personally think we're going to find out down the road, these being liquid-based, being ethylene glycol-based, antifreeze-based, some long-term problems.
That's right.
I appreciate you bringing the bill, and I hope everyone supports it.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is passed. Representative Drummond.
I have a sub, Mr. Speaker, and also a friendly amendment being brought by Representative Faulkner. You got a copy?
Committee sub. Okay. Representative Moore, do you want to speak on this sub? Okay. Representative Drummond, you care to explain your committee sub, please?
The committee sub, if you looked at the sub, what you will find is the sub doesn't veer too much from the original bill, but we have revised the definition, as I said earlier, so that we can include items that may be produced in the future. You will see the sub will also talk about the one-time fee of $50, and the application fee of $50 and the permit fee for $150, which will be earmarked to ABC for those said purposes that I talked about before. You will also see that the sub will talk about the advisory board, and it will also provide for a graduated process for young people who vape and will continue to vape, especially those that are on school campuses. That is the sub, Mr. Speaker.
King and members will vote. Clerk clock machine recorded votes 101 ayes, 0 noes, 3 abstention. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Drummond.
We have one friendly amendment.
Clerk see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 319 by Representative Faulkner.
Representative Faulkner, you care to explain it?
Yes, sir. We had a little minor glitch where the permit fees and license fees, Representative Drummond and I discussed this. She wanted that in there, and in between the process of making the committee sub, those permit fees and license fees were accidentally left out. So we want to put those back in. That's what one thing this amendment does. We have, and it has how the fees should be collected and how they should be distributed. We also have it basically just goes through how those fees are to be distributed. Oh, yes, and we changed the words from may to shall. So the punishment on a seller who violates this bill, who sells vaping or tobacco products, and does it in violation to a minor, this will make that penalty against them a shall, so that they will receive that punishment. It won't be a choice of may. Let's see. And the advisory board, we have added some positions to the advisory board, which is the Alabama, and this is 2 very pro-children members to this advisory board. And Representative Drummond knows I'm very supportive of this. I'm so glad you worked on this to add these 2 people. One's from the Alabama chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and another is the executive director of Children First, both children groups that advocate for children. So that's the main parts of this amendment to the committee. And Ms. Hall, we can get you a copy. But I think this would be a great amendment, and I appreciate you working with me, Representative Drummond.
And I thank you for all of your help. Mr. Speaker, it's a friendly amendment.
It's a friendly amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Just like to have some conversation with the gentleman about the amendment. Okay. You had the opportunity to explain it some. Can you tell me a little bit about the penalty? I know you mentioned that it's going to be a penalty in here that was changed from may to shall. I hadn't had an opportunity to actually see the amendment. So, I'm one of those that like to discuss it and just get some more clarity. If I hadn't seen it, I know most people haven't seen it. I know you as the bill sponsor probably had an opportunity to see it, but just for me.
Yes, no. Yeah, Representative Bracy, you always conscientious and do your job very well.
Thank you.
And so I appreciate you asking these questions.
Yes, sir.
What we did is in the current law, it said the following administrative penalties may be enforced on, this would be on a seller.
Right.
So a vendor that sells in violation of this act, so they sell a vaping, a tobacco product, an e-liquid in violation of this to a minor.
Yes, sir.
Well, what we're doing is we're changing that to be the penalty shall be enforced against them.
Okay, the penalty is enforced by the ABC board?
That's right.
Okay. Now, what is the penalty?
So it's a graduated penalty, and it goes up each time. I don't have the, Representative Drummond, can I borrow the bill? The actual bill? The substitute, I mean? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So it is a graduated penalty, Representative Bracy?
Yes, sir.
So we have
Is it
On a
something
first violation, let's see here. Okay. Am I in the right? I'm in the right spot, aren't I? Yes, here we go. So a violation.
What page are you on?
I'm on 24 of the bill now.
Okay.
So a $300 fine for the first occurrence.
Okay.
A second or subsequent violation shall result in a $750 fine per occurrence. And maybe, and then eventually their permit can be taken on the 4th.
Okay. And the age limit is what constitutes a minor?
You have to be 21.
21?
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, if you're 21 or older, it's same as the alcohol.
So like where it used to be, is cigarettes 19?
Believe,
I think so.
I'm pretty sure it is.
But I understand the seriousness of this. So is this similar to the type of penalties that's enforced for people selling alcohol to minors, since it's under the same enforcement rule of the ABC board? And I'm just speaking on the, because you're talking about the,
you say that again?
The enforcement arm of the ABC board is and you have offense, second offense, and so on. Is it in relation to how you came up with the $300, the $750, and could eventually end up having your license removed?
Yes. I mean, these penalties were in the law.
Okay.
On a graduated scale.
Yes, sir.
But they had just had the word may, and we didn't feel it was right to say, well, if a kid, a minor violates this, and they're paying a fine or community service,
right?
That then you're going to say may on the provisions, the penalty provisions for a seller. And what I remember is it's 500, 750, and 1,000, and so is the amounts. But those were in there. It was just changing the word from may to shall.
Do you think that's taking away some discretion? Sometimes I think about, like, if you get a moving violation citation, sometimes you can get a warning instead of an actual ticket, which is more like a may than a shall. It's not like if you drive 80 and a 70, you shall get a ticket, or you know what I mean? Like, it seems, is it taking away the discretion of the ABC board by giving them the saying that you just have to enforce this way? And I understand the severity of it, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But are we creating a situation where they just don't have the latitude? You know, if it's a 21, if it's a 20-year-old, 20 years, 9 months, is that different than a 15-year-old, and the latitude of just kind of saying, hey, I'm gonna give you a warning this time. This is something that you really need to stay on top of to make sure it doesn't happen again, because it's different levels of minors.
Right.
So
it does.
A 20-year-old, a 20-year, 9-month-year-old minor that's of age to serve in the military and do some other things, own a weapon and do some other things, it's a little bit different than a 15-year-old minor who doesn't even have the option to have a driver's license or anything like that.
It does. It takes away discretion. It changes it so that on these, and I actually found the page that I was supposed to be looking at. Yes, I was reading from the wrong section earlier. So the first violation, and I should tell you, Representative Drummond had already changed it to be within a 4-year period.
Okay.
So it's a broader scope, which allows for if there's a second violation within a larger period. So it's increasing those penalties.
So I understand that. That makes a lot of sense, and I could tell based off of the amount of work over the years, and you know, she's almost spent a year working on this particular bill. So I know that, you know, just about every I's added and T's crossed, and I just, when we come in with amendments, it just make me kind of wonder, what is it that we're amending about legislation that most of us already feel is great legislation?
Yes,
and
sir.
then when we say that amendments are friendly, it just kind of gives you extra pause, because the change in the one word takes away a level of discretion
It does.
from the ABC board, and
That's
it's
right.
pretty much telling them that you have to abide by this set of standards that we have in place, or else, basically. I mean, it's just the way it is.
And the ABC board, as my understanding, is very comfortable with this change, saying that they shall punish, you know, by this amount for a first, second, third violation. And I want you to know, I hate to say something, but it is 500.
So where's the 300 coming from? I see 300.
Well, that was another page. And where I was changing the may to shall was on the page 16. And it's got, you know, for a first, a second, you can see there the first violation.
Okay, I see it. Yes, sir.
On page 16, those were where we changed the words from may to shall, and it was 500, 750, and then a third violation is, and I will say, these do say of not more than.
Right. Okay, so it's an up to amount.
That's correct.
And so that gives a level of discretion.
It does.
Yeah, so I like that, and I appreciate that. I definitely think that it's so much unknown about this. And when you talk about children's bodies still developing, I think it's very important for us to do something to protect even those who can't protect themselves, who think they're making good decisions. You need to be an adult to make this type of decision. So I definitely agree with the direction that we're going. And I think at some point, hopefully not, but we could very well see some really negative results based off of long-term usage of vaping that we just don't know about right now. So thank you, and I support the amendment. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Bracy.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Representative Hall, do you want to speak on the floor amendment? Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to kind of work through this to make sure that I am following what has happened to the bill. So when I start on page, 18?
Line 360, the first change of the amendment is line 361 on page 13.
And so tell me this particular section that starting at line 8 on your substitute, this is referring to the vendors, right?
On the may to shall, yes, ma'am. Oh, and the vendors on the fees? Yes.
So when I say vendors, I'm talking about service stations, whoever that person is.
That's right, who's selling it. Yes.
And so when I go to, I'm looking for the sub, but when I get to this, we know they have to obtain a permit, right? That's the first thing.
Yes, ma'am.
They get the permit, then they make application. They have
a filing fee first. The filing fee that's
the first $50.
That's right.
All right.
The filing fee.
Okay, and then in addition to that filing fee, there's another fee.
A permit fee.
Okay, and that is,
$150.
all right,
Now, that's part of the amendment.
right, okay.
And Representative Drummond had that in. It accidentally got left out when we did the committee sub.
It's okay. It's a sub here, so that's what I'm working on. The filing fee is only one time, no matter how long that person stays in or is selling this product.
That's right. It's a one-time filing fee only to new applicants for a permit owner after the effective date of the act.
Okay. Now, and you look at the distribution, help me to understand the distribution and how that distribution will be used. You have 75% of that is going to the licensing and compliance fund,
Yes, ma'am.
and it says for operational costs.
Yes.
So what is that? What are those funds being used for?
The Tobacco License and Compliance Fund for the cost of enforcing this chapter. So that's not going out and catching, going out and catching in violation, but it's to make sure everything that's done in this chapter is being done correctly. That's taking in the fees, all the operational cost of permitting, and making sure you comply with all aspects of the act. Now, that's not the people who violate the act. It's separate from that.
So, but I'm saying, in addition to that, you also have, it says nicotine and prevention education. So I'm trying to determine operational costs. What percentage of this 75%, do you have an idea? What percentage of this 75% is going for operational costs, and what part is going for the preventive education?
Right, because it says both.
Right. So
Right.
I'm saying, you have an idea what amount? Do you know what that looks like?
I do not. Representative Drummond might know the answer to that.
Mrs. Are you the speaker, sir? May I ask Representative John? I'm talking on the amendment, but I need to find out. He doesn't have the answer for the percentage. So
Can
may I-
Representative Drummond help me answer this question?
Yes.
what are you able to give me? What percentage of the 75% is going to prevention education?
All of the penalty monies that you see in the bill for not only those folks who are selling vape products, but also the penalty monies for the fines, for the consequences. All of that money will go to the Department of Education.
Wait a minute, go back. I'm talking about it says 75%. And of that 75%, you have operational costs and preventive educational costs. My question is, what percentage of that 75% is going to nicotine prevention?
We did not break that down in the bill, Ms. Hall. I know how much is going to ABC and Aaliyah, and part of his amendment is that they shall come up with a prevention education program. I don't know how much it's going to cost for them to do that, but it's in the bill.
So
and that education will go to educate all of those folks who are permit holders who sell vape products, not only on the detriment of vaping, but also on signage and how they are to comply with the law.
So now what you just indicated, I'm not seeing it. It talks about
let me
the
give you
25. Hold up, just a minute now. It's talking about the 75% is going to two things: enforcing tobacco and nicotine, enforcing the operational costs, and then the nicotine preventive education. Two things there. But then the other part says 25% of that total amount is going to be in the public safety fund for the Alabama state law enforcement to be used for enforcement.
Yeah, that's will be Aaliyah.
Right, okay. So what is the public safety fund then? If you're going to Aaliyah?
25% of it will go to Aaliyah. 75% of it will go to ABC. ABC will be the agency that will be charged with creating the prevention material for those 8,000 permit holders. I don't know how much of the 75 will go to that initiative, but his amendment says this, not that ABC may, they will have to, they shall create this prevention material.
That ABC is creating the prevention material for the Department of Education?
No. That's only for the 8,000 permit holder. All of the penalty money that you see in this legislation will go to the Department of Education. They will create not just material, they will actually, in the Department of Education rules, you will see in the bill, they will adopt a policy for vaping education. Some of our systems in the state of Alabama currently has vape education, like Talladega. They have a very good one. We have gone and looked at all of the vape education that they have and those systems that have it. ABC, the Department of Education, their lawyers will now get with those departments and we will create that for all of those middle and high school students. We've talked to them about that.
So the vaping education program is located, what did you say? What did you say?
Department of Education.
No, but you said you named a specific system. Which system? A school system that you
No, I was giving you an example of one that is doing it right now.
That's the one I'm talking about.
That's Talladega.
Okay, and at Talladega, the education department is going to take that model and make it the model for the state?
Well, they're going to actually, right now, they do not have in the Department of Education rules, they don't have anything that address or a policy that address vaping education. So they have gone and looked at what Talladega has done, and they have decreased the number of those that vape in their counties. Actually, they've turned the whole system around. They're looking at that now. They then will go and create a model program that will be implemented throughout the state.
Do we have access to the data that they've collected since they've started their program?
I don't. I have requested it, but I haven't received it. I saw a presentation from Dr. Lacey, who is the superintendent for Talladega school system, and it's the county school system. And she gave some pretty impressive data, but I don't have it.
And you don't know what level they start, whether they start with elementary? The only other concern
No, they started with middle and high school students. And the program was conducted by their resource officers. We already have resource officers in every system.
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarbrough, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Those are the two, those are the only two, and we were adding them that are solely look out for children. 2 out of, it's like 2 out of 12 or 2 out of 10. Well, yeah.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to, wasn't sure if this was part of the, if the amendment affected this or not around the may and the shall.
Right.
There was a part in there on line 423 where it talked about the first violation, and that in lieu of that first fine, they would have the opportunity to.
What page are you on?
16, I'm sorry.
Page 16?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think I grabbed the right one, the substitute. It's like line 424, 425, that area.
Yes.
So
I'm here.
And I couldn't quite hear if the amendment was affecting this or not, but in lieu of, because this is obviously new legislation and giving a process of time for these people, for the vendors to learn or whatever, that it offers the opportunity for, in lieu of the first fine, the permit holder, that gives them an opportunity to provide training sessions administered by the vendor program in lieu of the fine. Is that still in there?
That is still in there. That was not changed.
Okay.
Up above that, there was a change right above where it said the following administrative penalties. You see we're on page 15 at the very bottom.
I left 15 on.
Oh, it says the following penalties may be, and then it goes into number 1.
So that's where the may became shall.
And we made that shall, and we
gotcha.
also made for a first violation, it shall be one of those 2 things.
Right.
Which is
the fine or the classes.
The fine or the.
I'm
or the
assuming
class.
that the wording is still that the options left up to the person who committed the violation. Or is that
No,
or is
the
that
the board
determines
the board or hearing
determines
commission.
I gotcha.
Shall either have
I see
a
that, right.
fine
Right.
or the training, and that's only in the first violation. After
Right,
that
no, I see
is
that.
a shall.
It's shall for the fine. Right.
That's correct.
But it's up to the board or hearing commission. Is that the ABC board?
That's right.
Yeah, on whether or not to give a fine or send them to driving school.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's subject to that program, right? And of course, the board could fine them,
right? Which I think it's important that it's a new program, so you could have an it's going to take time to roll this out and make it effective where everybody knows 21 versus what the current law is right now. So
well, and that responsible vendor program is already in the law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Question before the body is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor will vote aye, and those opposed will vote no. The clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. With 101 yeas, 0 nays, 3 abstentions, the amendment is adopted.
Move for final adoption, Mr. Speaker.
We're on final adoption. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale County, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim Later here.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to, first of all, want to thank you for your work that you have done to bring this bill forward. What I wanted to do was read to you an article that I dealt with in my local paper last week. And the newspaper article just said, it said, "Get Caught Vaping in Moundville Schools, Go to Court" by Travis Vaughn, editor. Moundville Police Chief Toby Bank is warning parents and guardians of students at Moundville schools about the dangers of vaping, including legal consequences. Bank says vapes have become a bigger problem in schools and said his department is working with the schools to crack down on the legal items. He said that if a student is caught with a vape at school, not only will the child face consequences within the school system, he or she will also be issued a citation for minor in possession. That means the child and his or her parent or guardian will have to show up in court and could face fines, court calls, and other possible ramifications. Many underage users of vaping products are also ignoring the health risks at Banks, such as lung and heart damage. While many families are unaware their children are even vaping, find out what your child is doing, warned Banks. That was the article that was in my local, the Moundville Times, which is a publication in Hale County, which is one of my counties just last week. It is a major problem. It's a major problem in the school system. It's a problem that we need to all work together to confront. So I just wanted to thank you on behalf of my residents and people and police chief and the people who are dealing with these problems, school systems. Thank you for going forward and for bringing this bill so that we can find some ways to address these problems and help keep young people alive, help them have a healthy life, because we can't prevent all things, but I think we can do as much as we can to protect them while they're in their youth stage or youth status, so that they will have an opportunity to be able to live a long, productive life. So thank you for your work and your efforts to bring this bill forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Travis. That's an interesting article. Send it to me. Thank you. call for final passage if there are no other questions.
We have another light on. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pickens County, Representative Bolton.
I won't take just a second. Representative Drummond, I wanted to thank you for bringing this bill and also for the bipartisan way that we worked on details to remove the suspension of the driver's license as a potential punishment for the youth. That's always an important issue to me. I think you've got a really good constructive bill that fills all the purposes that we need it to, and I thank you.
And thank you for your help. I appreciate it.
Question now before the body is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote aye, and those opposed will vote no. The clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote.
Most powerful man in the house.
Have all the members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. With a vote of 100 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 abstentions, HB 319 is passed.
On behalf of all the children of Alabama and all of their parents and partners, thank you.
Clerk will call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 298 by Representative Sells relating to consumer protection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would require certain manufacturers of certain devices to automatically activate existing filters that are on these devices to access harmful to minor material. Mr. Speaker, I have a friendly amendment that I will introduce, and I will ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Coleman, Representative Harbison, speaking on the BIR. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy, speaking on the BIR.
Y'all need any more?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Looking, and I wish I would have had an opportunity to be a co-sponsor of this legislation.
I don't know how I missed you. I come down there to round y'all up, so I did visit your caucus.
Man,
I'm sorry.
Hopefully it's not too late. May have to.
No,
I know you probably wouldn't want to open it up.
Oh,
we don't even know how this thing gonna go. But I feel you.
Yes.
And I believe in this legislation. I believe in this. I believe in the current form. I believe in the substitute, and I believe in anything else that we could possibly do to make this better.
Right.
I understand what the retailers and the distributors feel about this, but just another additional layer of protection to me, it's just all the better.
That's right.
And man, I just applaud you for doing the right thing.
Well, thank you.
Sometimes it's tough because we stand up against opposition sometimes.
Right.
You know, I have my own personal reason.
That's right.
You know, I don't really want to share it in here, but I have my own personal reason of why I think this is a good bill. And it's a good extra layer of protection. And when I hear people talk about, well, the bill's not constitutional, we pass unconstitutional legislation in this body all the time. It's not our job. That's the judiciary's responsibility to determine what laws are constitutional and not.
That's right.
It's not our responsibility. We pass legislation because we think it's good legislation and it's the right thing to do, that's not our responsibility. And it's our responsibility to defend what we think is good legislation. So just because you may have one or two attorneys that mention this may not be constitutional, well, they're legislators.
That's right.
They're not in the courts. It's not their responsibility to tell us what's constitutional or not.
Right.
And we shouldn't be picking and choosing what bills we pass and not pass, because we pass a lot of bills knowing they're going to be challenged in this body. And it's okay if we truly feel like that's the right thing to do, which I think it is with this. You know, we have 5 million people in this state, over 5 million people. We have a lot of cell phones in this state. We have 5 cell phones in my house, and it's 6 including my work phone. We're not gonna all of a sudden stop buying cell phones because this passed. You know, this is, and every parent is not technologically sound to be able to say, well, all you have to do is go inside of the phone and you can put these filters in and you can put these blocks in yourself.
That's right. I know
Everybody just don't. Yeah, everybody just don't. They can't do it. Everybody just can't do it. Some people, like in my case, some people just may not even think to do it. You know, who would think, okay, I'm getting this phone for my kid and I'm going to allow them to play games on the phone, and the only people whose contact information they have on this phone is their parents and their siblings and maybe their little play cousin. But they probably have 5 or 6 people total contact in their phone. So it's not like they texting strangers or making calls. But lo and behold, a kid could be playing a game on a phone and it start taking them down this rabbit hole that they start seeing things that children just shouldn't be able to see. All because of the innocence of the parent buying this device, allowing their kid to use this device, and the kid also just playing a game, and they end up seeing some things that they can never unsee. And it creates a difficult situation for the parents, for the children. It creates a trust barrier of wondering, can I ever give my kid this device back again? Is this something that they would make sure that they stay away from? Because we all know that this can lead to addictive behavior. You start bringing in counselors and therapists and other people that's trying to reverse the negative impact that these children are feeling. And to say that, to me, is just as easy to send a device to Alabama with the filter turned off. It would be just as easy to send a device to Alabama with the filter turned on.
That's correct.
You know, when it was shown to me how you can turn on this filter, it probably took 15 seconds to go in and do it. Even if this was something that the retailers can do, because a lot of times when we buy our phones, we tell the people line number 1 is for dad, line 2 is for mom, line 3 is for our 15-year-old, line 4 is for our 20-year-old, line 5 is for our 10-year-old, and they know. But then automatically they will know, okay, mom phone, dad phone, the 20-year-old phone, they're okay, but the 15-year-old and the 10-year-old, let me tell you about something that you may need to have on your phone. And they could, even if it was to step up and say, let me put this on for you or show you how to put it on, and then give the parent the parental rights, which I keep hearing about, the option to remove it if they want to move it. You know, I think that's a better option, to give the parents the option to remove it than saying, oh, I give the parent the option to put it on, because you just giving an additional safeguard. What's the problem with an additional safeguard? You know, don't we want our kids to sit in booster seats when they're small? Don't we want our kids to wear safety belts in the cars? What's the issue with additional?
And we don't allow them to buy alcohol
Yeah.
or cigarettes.
And I agree. Even if you think about, we have seatbelt laws where all of the adults, everybody in the car have to wear a seatbelt, but for the little kids, we got to put something a little extra because they may not be tall enough for the seatbelt.
Sometimes
So
that's
we got to give
embarrassing.
them.
They have to stay in that little seat till they get a certain height.
And they don't like it, but it's for their well-being.
That's right.
And it would be different if we thought that we could really truly regulate the industry. If we thought we could really truly regulate the porn industry, okay, let's do it. But I don't know if that's even possible to do. You know, to check if you're 18 or whatever the case may be. I just don't know if that's realistic. You know, but this seemed very realistic to me. That's
Pictures
something
already on the phone.
Yeah. It's already there.
It's already.
Even if it came down to when you sell the phone, you make sure that people have literature. You make sure that they understand how you can make sure that this is in place. I think a lot of parents would appreciate that. And the fact that we just want to leave it the World Wide Web wide open, the easiest access possible, which will be these phones. And we all know that children are receiving phones at much younger age. You know, one of my kids, my youngest daughters are 4 years apart. My youngest daughter received everything faster than my other daughter did. You know, it's just the nature of it. It's just moving a little bit faster. And this just creates an additional safeguard, I think, to protect these innocent babies and also to help the parents. So thank you for the legislation.
Yes, thank you for the comment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sales, I know you've been working on this piece of legislation for a number of years. So I got a few questions regarding this piece of legislation in Alabama versus the pieces of legislation in other states. For example, what would, if this bill passes, tell me what impact would this have? Will the manufacturer have to create a certain type of phone for the state of Alabama that's different than other states? Will each person have to go to a retailer that sold them the phone to get this changed? Do you see any anticipated consumer, an increase in costs from the consumer? So talk to me a little bit about that. And then the other thing is, while I agree that our kids are exposed to a lot of things that they shouldn't be exposed to, I do think that this is more of a more comprehensive, an issue beyond just porn alone, right? You're looking at content that I saw a kid the other day playing what they call Roblox. A lot of kids play Roblox, and you think that this is a very innocent game, but when it's showing them how to do things that are not necessarily good in our eyes. And so I think that if we're going to address issues and making certain that our young people are exposed to age-appropriate content, that it has to be much broader than what we're discussing today. And so how do you deal with that? Oftentimes we're dealing with it through a third party that's selling a device or what have you, but are we going to the core of the issue? Those that are creating the content, anything that they could do on their side to help Okay. To help reduce this. And so kind of talk me through that process and the difference between the Louisiana bill and our bill. So just kind of help us understand that, because you hear a lot of conversations about Louisiana and this bill being the most restrictive of the states. And so I just want to kind of understand it.
Okay, so from what I know about the Louisiana law, they had age verification, and it was being done by the porn sites. Well, now they found out that they're not complying, so they're trying to pass other legislation now because they're not complying with the age restriction. Okay, so the filter I'm talking about activating is already on the phone. They make the phone with the filter. All this bill says is when you sell the phone, have the filter on instead of off. So when you get the phone, you will set up a password. Whoever gets your phone, you know, a minor can't enter into a contract. So whoever gets the phone at a store will, at the time of setup, will set up a password for the filter. If they want to turn the filter off, they can turn it off. But they'll be the only one that has access to that password. Now, can they get it from their parents? Sure, or whatever. But when the phone is set up, and it only applies to phones that are sold in Alabama. And will it be 100%? Maybe not. You know, but we're not expecting that. Nothing we do is 100%.
So what about those? So if I have a cell phone, so what about parents? So if I buy a phone for me, don't necessarily disclose that my child is going to be using the phone, it doesn't prevent them from having access to that, right? Does it prevent them from having access to sites like that?
So you go buy a phone with this legislation, you try to punch up an adult site, it'll say you're blocked. You go to your settings and it says allow adult contents or do not allow adult content. So you unclick the filter to allow adult content and it'll say enter password, and you'll enter the password that you set up when you set your phone up. And then you override it, just like you enter your password.
So a lot of the passwords are, like my kids know the passwords to my phone, my wife's phone, and so
this will be a unique. This won't be the same password. It'll be a different password.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they're comprehensive.
It's not 100%. It's not 100%.
Yeah, they're reading. I mean, I'm saying there's a loophole around this, and so my point is that even though we're trying to prevent this, there's still a loophole around.
Well, it's just like liquor, alcohol. You know, you can go find somebody to buy you alcohol at a store. I mean, there's loopholes in everything that we do, right? So,
well, you're absolutely correct. But when it comes to your cell phone, it's a lot different. And what about content on regular computers? Are we going to next regulate computers and what they could have?
That might be a good bill for you. I'll help you with that.
No, you won't see me doing anything to interrupt the process from a
well, children have more access to these mobile devices than they do a home-based computer nowadays.
Well, I don't know. They have laptops out there, iPads,
Like
laptops,
I said, it's
all
not
these other things that are bought for Christmas.
Not 100%. So what we done?
They would have
Representative
access more to an iPad than they would a cell phone of their own ownership.
Right. We took prayer out of school, and then we sent porn to school with every child on their cell phone. That's what we done in this country.
Well, I think that, the young people are not old enough to actually purchase a cell phone in general by themselves. And so you're absolutely correct on that. I think for me, there are other ways to also solve this problem. And for me, I'm not necessarily here to necessarily oppose your bill. I'm just saying that there are a lot of concerns with solving the problem and the ways in which we do solve the problem so that it's something that we've solved long term, and that these loopholes are not necessarily, it's a cheat code basically to the cell phone. If the kid can read, they can also, if they know your password and they can read and comprehend, then they could very well get to those sites anyway and remove that barrier. Right. And so, so you're saying that it's not going to be a cost to the consumer? Are that what you're saying?
It's just a software issue. So Apple just changes their software. These manufacturers, they just adjust their software.
If I'm Apple and these phones are being manufactured, let's say China, which a lot of them are probably manufactured. You're saying that for Alabama, they would have to create a cell phone that have a different setting on it specifically for Alabama. And if you're telling me that's not going to cost us more money, then I don't.
Well, let me ask you something. when you drive across the timeline and it changes time, does that cost you anything? When you ask,
But those settings are on every cell phone. There's not a specific setting that's set for Alabama.
The filter is
It's
on
almost
every
like
phone.
an
too.
Alabama mode. You got to have
It would be, but there's other states doing this too. So it would be software that would be activated when you enter the state
I don't
of
see a
Alabama.
state that is as restrictive as this bill. That's all I'm saying.
No,
And I know that there's an
this bill
amendment
is
that's
going
been
on.
discussed. There's an amendment that's been discussed around this piece of legislation that I think will put it in line with the Louisiana law. Is that something that you're amenable to?
No, sir, I'm not.
So
The
you're-
Louisiana law's not working, so why would I want to do something that we should see?
So which state law is working?
So Utah has this and Texas is doing it right now. This bill's
Is
been
the
here.
law in Utah working?
It hasn't
Because
went
this
into
law-
effect
this is
yet.
similar to, is what now?
It hasn't went into effect yet.
Oh, so there's no data to tell you whether or not this is going to work versus.
There's a lot of data to tell us that looking at porn is bad for children. So that's
And
the
I
data I'm
agree.
working.
I think that it may be bad for a lot more than children.
Well, it may be.
Adults that shouldn't be.
It may
It
be.
should be limited to the things that they
That's
have.
the data I'm
exposure to.
working from.
So I just what I'm looking at is I do see an opportunity for there be an increased cost for consumers, specifically in Alabama, not necessarily knowing what that cost will be, and just trying to figure out a way to deal with the issue as a whole, not just porn, but other things that are bad. We've had conversations about the content our young people are exposed to, whether it's crime, violence, or what have you. And we're seeing these things displayed, whether it's a video game, whether it's an app, a game that's on an app, and other things. And so I'm just really, for me, it's trying to figure out.
I guess it comes down to what it's doing to children and what you're willing to, I'm willing to pay a little extra money. I mean, I just paid $800 for this little phone. So if it's going to cost me $810 and it's going to protect children, I'm all for it.
Well, I'm not saying that you should. I don't think it'll be just a $10 fee. If they got to reprogram the phone specifically,
They update software
it'll say
every-
Alabama mode.
They
And so
work on
gotta-
software every day.
Well, they'll go across the state lines and pass the bill and get a phone from Tennessee.
It only applies
They don't
to
have to
phones bought
require-
in Alabama.
But I'm saying you're trying to create
And the
a law
gentleman's
that
time
doesn't
has
provide loopholes.
expired.
There's loopholes all in
The
this.
chair recognizes a gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Great bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Hey, thanks for bringing this bill. I tell you, anything that we can do to keep, kids these days, instead of going out to play, they look at kids playing on the internet. I mean, they look at everything on it. This is their lifeline. They look at everything on their phone, anything that they can find on that phone. It'd be great if we could just have kids that were a certain age that couldn't even have a phone. They could go outside and do things like we all used to do when we grew up. Now, but explain something to me as far as the software on this thing. They don't have to have a new phone. They don't have to buy any.
So it only involves new phones, right?
Right.
And the only phones that are sold in Alabama. So you get software updates to your phone all the time. It updates automatically. So any phones they have in stock or new phones would just be manufactured through a software update to just activate this filter if the phone is set up in Alabama, purchased and set up in Alabama. Will not take them no effort to do.
Chris, I can't imagine anybody not supporting this because, I mean, anybody with any ethics or their kids teaching their kids anything, I can't believe that we're having any kind of debate on this because I'd do anything I could do to keep pouring out of my kids if they were that age. You know what I'm saying?
And we're talking about 6 years old, 10-year-old, 11-year-old, and what it's doing to our children. If you could have been in the committee and heard from some of our testimony, and I've been doing this for so many years, it's terrible. It really is terrible.
Well, I know you're passionate about it. I know you've been working on it a couple of years, and just because we haven't done it and it hadn't been implemented in other states yet, Alabama sets the example.
That's right.
I mean, I think we've got some really good legislators in this state.
That's right.
And I think that we ought to be celebrating that we're being the first to do this.
Well, Texas is doing it right now. It passed the Senate committee in Texas 100%, and it come out of the Senate in Texas 100%.
Well, I can't imagine any red on that board when we vote on this, but I appreciate you bringing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Just want to say thank you for bringing the bill. I have seen the personal damage that these things cause. And I think it's important that we raise barriers of protection for our children and for our community, and hopefully can help go the opposite direction from some of these things. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
Got it.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record vote 78 ayes, 5 nays. The BR is adopted.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment. Clerk has a copy. What this amendment does is.
Hold on a minute, Chris.
Sorry.
Okay, clerk sees the amendment. Okay, now give us an explanation of your amendment.
Okay, I'm sorry. On page 8, it says, nothing in this act shall be construed to create a cause of action against a retailer of a device. Then it moves down and it has a clause in it for a class action lawsuit. And in that section, it says remove lines 108 through 110, which removes the class action lawsuit language. And then it says here on line section C, nothing in that, on lines, part C says nothing in this act shall authorize the beginning of a class action lawsuit.
You have heard the explanation of the floor amendment. If the give me who's wanting to speak on the floor amendment at just a minute? Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, when I go to line 105, that what your amendment is? I don't have the amendment in front of me. I think I had it. So it earlier read, if a court finds that a manufacturer is liable, and the court may award the plaintiff actual damage. What does that, I mean?
I couldn't hear you, Ms. Hall.
So what I read here says section 5, and I think this is what you're amending. If a court finds that a manufacturer is liable under section 4,
yes, ma'am,
which is this was liable, then they are.
We're removing section B. That whole section B is being removed.
So section B says a class action may be brought under this act in accordance with Rule 23. So who are we thinking that was going to bring the class action suit?
I don't have any idea. It would just have to be a group of parents, I guess. I don't know.
But they would already have the right to do that without that being in this bill.
That's right.
Okay, so what you're doing is removing just that section.
Section B, yes, ma'am.
But what about the A?
A is staying, all of that.
If a court finds that a manufacturer is liable under the court may award the plaintiff actual damage. Isn't that true also?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do we have that? Why wouldn't we remove that?
Why wouldn't we remove it?
Why wouldn't we? Are you removing that? I didn't think you were removing that.
No, ma'am, I'm not removing section A, just section B.
But I'm saying, wouldn't, if the court's found, just like we have these lawsuits with alcohol, whatever, that we might find that something is liable, they award it to the plaintiff, the actual damage. Why would we need that in there? Because it already happens. It happens each time if the court.
Yeah, well, I guess it just shores up the punishment or something for the bill. That's just something that was put in there.
That doesn't already happen in the law. That doesn't happen. I'm trying to understand.
It happens in section 5. But now I want you to go back, if you get a chance, and look at section 4.
Okay, and this is where I wrote my question. What data? I'll start with section 4 at the 4A. Where we say a manufactured device is liable to minor in the state if all of the following occur. You have an activated device.
In Alabama, in this state.
Device is does not upon activation state enable a filter that complies with requirements. So you're saying you have to, that base is the part of where you have to request that device is put on, right? Or the device is activated.
Yes. I can't hear you, Miss Hall.
I'm sorry. That's those other folks talking. I'm trying to talk it. Is this better? So the third one, a minor access material that is harmful to minors on the device.
Yes, ma'am.
So when I get to that, I go back and I look at some of the games I see these young people playing with guns and shooting folks.
Yes, ma'am.
And I say all of that I'm not, that's not because I'm in opposition to the bill. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying those are some of the areas that I think also has and does have an impact on the young people. And then nothing in this act affect any private rights of action existing under other laws, including contract. What does that mean?
That just means you have a contract with your phone, and none of this is going to interfere with your contract.
But
so if you have a problem with this, it doesn't give you the right to get out of your contract. I guess is what that's saying. This is separate from the contract of your phone.
Right, but you also said that contract of that phone, if I'm buying a phone and it's for a minor, I've got to make sure that the filter is on.
The filter will already be on.
I mean, but making sure that it prevents the child having access to porn.
Right, now, but I'm going to ask you now to go on to the next one.
Okay. So this section does not apply to a manufacturer that makes a good faith effort to provide a device that upon activation in this state automatically enables a generally accepted commercial reasonable method of filtration. So all of these different phone types, Samsung, Apple, if they say we will do this at the request of the parents, are they signing something with the state, or that will be a part of their contract?
No, ma'am. The filter is already, this directs them to sell it with the filter turned on. And in order for an action to be filed, all of these have to be met. Not just one of them, but every one.
Everything. So 1, 2, 3, B, C, 3, B, and C, all of those things. And if they comply with all of those things, then you're saying there's no grounds for a lawsuit to be filed?
No, I'm saying you can't file action against them unless they're in default of all of these. It says a manufacturer is liable in a minor, in this, if all of the following occur. All of the following occurs. You can't pick one out and file charges on that. It has to be all of these.
I bet you somebody can figure out one of these. And
Well, anybody can do anything.
Well, I'm just saying, right. I used to take children on field trips, and we say, you take them on the field trip so people can't file a lawsuit against you. Well, if that child was injured, you could file a lawsuit. I mean, I would be able to show that I took reasonable actions to make sure that I provided the parents and the child with what I said was going to happen, and while they were in our care, they were going to be well taken care of. So I'm just saying I was trying to determine how you determine that somebody would, because of the way this bill is written, could or could not do a lawsuit. Did that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. You always make sense.
No, tell me that. No, some days I don't know what's making sense. But that's what my question is about.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Representative Faulkner, you want to speak on the floor sub? You want to speak on the sub? On the amendment? Okay. Representative Moore, okay, thank you.
Hey, Representative Sells.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure I support your amendment, which is
Do you need
removing.
a copy of it?
Yeah. That it removes the class action. But I wanted to, and I'm not coming down here. You and I have talked a lot about your bill. And the first thing I want to do is tell you that while I may disagree with your bill, this legislation, I don't disagree with your goals. And I've told you that. The goal of reducing minors from looking at pornography, I agree with you 100%. And I also respect you as my colleague and representative that came in the same class as me. And I bet you our voting records, as I said, are match. I think there was one bill you got me to sign on to one time that.
You were green.
That's right.
I think we both were.
So while I don't agree with your bill, the exact legislation, I agree with your goals very much. And I want to thank you for pressing that issue because you've done it for years, and I respect you for doing that. And while I may disagree with the exact way that you're going, I do thank you for standing up for an issue that is a crisis, and that you keep bringing that issue forward. And so I'm really glad that you do that, and I want everybody to know that even if I disagree with this bill, that I support what you've done in your issue, and that you've brought this issue to the forefront, and you've continued to stay on it. And I think that's a good, positive thing. On the amendment, I know you're taking out the class action, but I want to confirm that you still have left a private cause of action so that any person can bring a cause of action and sue a manufacturer, not a retailer. I think you've taken retailers out.
Retailers were never in it.
But that you can't, and I think the
They were in
amendment
the original, the retailers were not in the original bill, but I got them added in here for you that it definitely makes sure that no chance of going after a retailer.
No cause of action against a retailer, but the cause of action, a lawsuit can still be brought against a manufacturer of a device.
If they don't do what the bill says, that's correct.
All right, and
turn the filter on, they won't have any cause of action.
Is anybody else?
They make a good faith effort to turn.
All right. Is anybody else subject to be sued besides the manufacturer?
Not that I see, but now you're a lawyer, you might could find.
Well, I just wanted, I know you're taking retailers for sure out, can't be sued, but manufacturers can, and I didn't know if you knew of who else, if there's anybody else that can be sued.
Who else is there?
I'm asking you. Okay. Well, that's all I had to say, Reverend Sells, and thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman. Sure recognize the gentleman from Talladega.
Who is that?
Wait a minute. My fault. I got ahead of myself. Question for the body now is the adoption of the amendment, floor amendment by Representative Sells. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, report the votes, 93 ayes, 2 nays, and 7 abstentions. The floor amendment has been adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Robbins.
Hey, Representative Sells, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. I really admire your heart in this bill. I admire the process on trying to prevent children from viewing material they shouldn't view and the harm that it causes. Because I think statistics show that at a younger age, when you view pornography, you become more hypersexual, you become more violent, and you also tend to view people as objects, and it creates an unhealthy psychological problem for people. So I think we need to address this problem, but I think that there's several ways, and there's theories, and there's ways to go about solving it. And one of those ways is, which was mentioned earlier, was the age verification process, and requiring that an individual verify their age before they view material is what we do with cigarettes, tobacco, what we do with alcohol, and what we already do with obscene material. So you could not go to an adult store without showing an identification. And so to me, I think for the body and for a policy, it just makes sense to take that and make it virtual, where you have to verify your age to be able to review material. And there's a few issues with the filter process that I think could create a problem in terms of the Commerce Clause, in that we would be creating an unduly burdened commerce by requiring a filter in the state of Alabama, unlike any other state. And so we would have a constitutional challenge. But one thing I think we can definitely do that would withstand any constitutional challenge, any legal challenge, would be making a business register with the state, because that is a common practice in business, so you can regulate business. And what that would do is, by making them register, if they fail to register, our Attorney General could have a procedure to go after that business, seek fines and fees, and eventually shut that business down because they failed to register with the state. And on top of that, a government entity has the ability to register the time, place, and manner of speech. And so part of that is you can always register with the state. So I'm just simply saying, I think there are these approaches that we could take in terms of, let's require age, and we could do that through acceptable means online that we already have today and that other states have done. And I think that would be a better approach than maybe overall filter, or if there'd be some way that the filter could be encompassed within an age verification. Because what we all want to do is we want to target those companies and those individuals that are doing harm. And that harm is...
Do you think they care?
Well, I don't think they care, but what I'm saying is what we as a body care. We care that we want to go after that industry. We want to go after those individuals committing the harm. And the best way to do that is to go directly with a pinpoint regulation and policy against that industry, not against other industries. And so if we're able to do that, we are able to create regulations against the pornography industry in the state of Alabama, which would require them to register with the state of Alabama, and it would require that they have an age verification process built into their website. And if they don't, they would face fines and fees from the Attorney General, and they could face a private cause of action from a family member for failing to do that. And on top of that, what we would do is require that website not store any data from an individual. And if they store that data, there would be a cause of action from that individual for the company's storing and maintaining of data. So what we would do is we would protect civil liberties by allowing individuals to still access speech if they so choose, but we would make sure that it was only adults accessing that speech. And then we would actually provide safeguards and guardrails for those adults that if their data was somehow stolen or breached through that website, they would have a cause of action against that company. And we would also be allowing ourselves to regulate business within the state by forcing those companies to start registering with us in the state of Alabama, so we could now monitor what they are doing. And
you know, I hear that you got a bill of your own, and I'd be glad to support it next year whenever you get it going.
And so, to me, I think that what we need to do is have a all hands on deck approach to solving this problem. I think we both agree there is a problem. I think that, but we need to have our regulations directed towards the company that is doing the harm, and that is the pornography industry, not other industries.
Do you have any idea how many pornography websites there are?
I would say there's hundreds of thousands of millions. I mean, I can't tell you how many there
That would be hard to
are.
regulate, wouldn't it?
It'd be very hard to regulate. It would be hard to regulate, but lots of industries are hard to regulate. And what we need to do is try the best that we can. And really,
That's what I'm doing here.
and I agree. I think what you're doing is what you believe to be the best. And I think that we need a policy that would be directly tailored toward that industry. And at the end of the day, we've got to do the best that we can to prevent children from accessing material that affects them mentally. And with that, I have a sub. I know we talked about it. I'm going to bring a sub to the bill, an amendment that would do the things that I just discussed, that would require the age verification process and the registration with the state.
Like I said, I appreciate your efforts.
Clerk, see the sub.
Substitute to House Bill number 298 by Representative Robbins.
Representative Robbins. I know you've given an explanation. Do you care to go any further on the explanation of the sub?
I don't, other than this bill, the substitute goes directly to the companies and individuals doing the harm, and that's what we're trying to regulate here.
Chairman Sales.
Okay, members, if you would listen up, I do not support this substitute of my bill. This changes my whole bill. I do not support this. If Representative Robbins wants to bring his own bill, I'll support that, but I don't think coming in here taking my bill over is appropriate. The only chance we have this year passing this legislation is using this original bill that's been worked on for years. It affects these companies the least amount, and it's the most constitutional law out there. So members, please vote. Mr. Speaker, I move to table the sub.
You've heard the recommendation from the sponsor. He wishes to table the sub. If you wish to table it, the vote will be aye. If not, the vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. There's 56 ayes, 30 noes, and 11 abstention. The motion has been tabled.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sales, I think that sub that was just given to you would have made this somewhat of a better bill, because with the industries and what we're asking all the different cell phone makers to do, have you talked with them and come up with an agreement that they would take those phones that they think are coming to Alabama to purposely activate the filter?
They haven't talked to me. No, ma'am, they haven't reached.
I mean, you're the one carrying the bill. Seemed like you would go to get some kind of agreement, because I just can't imagine all of these companies willing to go in and set aside a batch of phones coming to the state of Alabama and turning on the filters. Now, I do think, because like my grandbaby, I know they could play a game, and in the midst of that game, they go through one of them black holes and porn is there. And I think something has to be done. But I think that what we have to do, we need to make sure that we agree upon something that is doable. I don't think your bill is doable in the form that it's in, because to require these companies to make phones just for Alabama, well, the parents buy the phones, so they just go to Tennessee and get a phone, or they go to Georgia and get a phone, or
If they want the
Mississippi.
children to look at porn, they don't have
But
to do
not
that. They can just turn the
necessarily.
filter off.
I don't think they're necessarily saying they want their child to look at porn, but we just had a bill up a few weeks ago talking about parental rights. They, at the same time, they don't want the government to take their right from them. And that they could do that. I know with my son and his wife, they manage their daughter's phone themselves. And I think parents ought to be given that, but I just think that which you all are past this because it's probably part of somebody's agenda. I think when we come to the mic, only thing we're saying is put some common sense clauses in there to make it doable so that once it gets out this state house and the governor signs it, it's not held up for years and years in court. That's all we're asking. And to not be flexible enough for us to look at the bill and work together, because none of us want our children to look at that. Even though every time you turn on the regular TV channel, that's all they see. I can't
It's a lot
stand
worse
it.
than that.
I can't, well, no.
But
You
TV's
need
bad enough.
You need to see some of this stuff on TV. It's gotten so I can't even shows that movies that I used to look at. I can't look at them anymore.
Watch TV.
But I think that we can make this a better bill. And if you're sincere about doing something, us taking an action where that could be enforceable, in the state your bill is now, even with what Mr. Robbins bought, it's not enforceable. And you ought to want something that's going to be enforceable, because we need to make sure that what we do is an action that we can rest assured that the companies that make the phone, whatever they do, they would turn the filters on. But I can't imagine somebody just trying to guesstimate how many phones going to come to Alabama, and we're going to turn these filters on. And even if a store in Alabama orders them, then that company has got to hire somebody to go in. The filter don't turn itself on, does it?
Once it sees it's in Alabama, it automatically turns it on.
But they got to do something for them to recognize Alabama.
It'd be in the software. The
So
hard
they
part would be to design the filter. The filter is already designed and already on the phone. So all they have to do now is.
But sir, they still got to modify the software to make that software unique for the state of Alabama. I'm just saying, I don't understand why, if this is something we all agree needs to be done, why we can't sit at the table and go through and make sure the bill you pass is one that is enforceable.
That process has already been done.
Well, what has been done? Have you talked to the companies?
This bill has went through lawyers in Washington,
the lawyers will tell you
all over the
anything.
place, and other states and all. This is not just a bill I just put together. This has been 4 years working.
Well, I've worked on some bills longer than that, and y'all still ain't passed them. And they good bills, and y'all still hadn't passed. How long I done had Medicaid expansion? Darn good bill, but it ain't passed. And before me, Mr. Knight worked on it forever. Good bill, still hadn't passed. All the thing I'm saying is, you all don't talk to us. We got children. You act like you're the only ones with children.
No, ma'am.
that
I
are
come to
seeing
your
porn.
caucus and talk to y'all.
But still, you talk at us. You didn't talk with us where we could sit down with you and go through the bill and make suggestions. That's all I'm asking. I'm not going to use up all my time because I see that you're unwilling to compromise, but the bill won't be enforceable the way it is written. I think you've had some of your colleagues to offer some things to make sure, because it shocks me. Even if the child is playing a game, like I say, it could start out to be a normal game, and right in the middle, something happens and they go down one of these black holes they call. Next thing they see is some type of porno. I've seen it with my grandbaby. We all agree with you. I'm just saying, if we all agree some action need to be taken, I don't understand why we can't, as the Bible say, if we can't reason together. That's all I'm saying. I'm not to attack your bill, but I do think if we have an opportunity to sit with you, all the lawyers ain't the authorities, all the people, ain't none of us an authority, but we can all work together to put something on the table to make it something that's going to help all of our children, our grandchildren, other people's children together. So that's my only concern, is how difficult it is always for us to sit down and you take some of the suggestions that we offer to make it better, because we're experiencing the same thing you're experiencing.
Right. So this puts the least amount of burden on the manufacturers,
But still,
and it's the most constitutional
that's
bill out there.
according to you and your
And the
folks.
group of people that work
But
in this kind of law.
Yeah, but still, they ain't the experts. They might work in this kind of law, but some of us got some ideas
That's right.
that can make it better.
That's right. Well, hey,
You know,
we can
that's
always,
all I'm saying.
we amend bills every year.
But you ain't taking no amendment, because people have already been programmed. No. You know how this house works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 298. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
Wow.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 70 ayes, 8 nays, 24 abstention. HB 298 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, House Bill number 439 with substitute by Representative Faulkner relating to growing Alabama credit.
Representative Faulkner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is closing a loophole that we had in the Growing Alabama tax credit, where an entity, if an entity files a consolidated tax return, that they are able to claim that tax credit, even if the parent company is the one who writes the checks, that their subsidiary that's part of that corporation could still claim get the Alabama the tax credit. So all this does is allow an entity that files a consolidated tax return to be able to claim that credit, even if it's a different, like a subsidiary of a corporation as opposed to the parent company. So that's all it does. It's just closing that loophole. And this was drafted by the Department of Revenue. It's supported by Revenue and Commerce. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize in the group Spanish Fort Junior City Council. From Spanish Fort, their guests are Representatives Simpsons, Baker, Holt, Jones, Fiddler, Givens, Easterbrook, and Stringer, as well as the Jackson County Commission guest of Representative Mike Kirkland. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to tell you, I tasted that new steak cookie that we just voted on. But this is definitely one of the more complicated to me. I try to be familiar with a lot of stuff. This one kind of complicated, and I know you mentioned that this was a revenue department bill, and
well, I wouldn't. Let me
not necessarily, but you said Revenue and Commerce agree on it. So who's pushing this? Help me to get a better understanding.
So when I brought this, what happened is that corporations that exist out there brought it to my attention that if they made a contribution to the Growing Alabama, which we want, we just renewed that bill to invest in that, and they get tax credits when they do that.
Okay.
And so a parent company had invested in this tax credit to get this tax credit supported it, wrote funds to it, and it supplies Alabama jobs. And Representative Garrett would probably be better about speaking on everything on the growing Alabama tax credit than me. But when these parent companies filed this, and then, paid that money, but then they couldn't take the tax credit from their operation because that had to be taken off from their bank, the actual subsidiary, right? So, and it's unable, the parent company has nothing to take the tax credit for. You can only take the tax credit off your liabilities. So that would be the actual subsidiary. And what we had was, we had a provision in the Growing Alabama tax credit that said you could not transfer one credit to another taxpayer. And so what the department said is, hey, we see this, we see the problem, but we feel like we need legislation to clear that up. We don't disagree with it. We just think we've got it to clear that up because of the provisions in the law that say you can't transfer it from one taxpayer ID to another, even though they file a consolidated tax return with the department. It's the same company.
They're together, right?
There was that provision was keeping them from getting it. So Commerce would love for them to be able to take this. Department of Revenue understood. So I asked the Department of Revenue, and they said, okay, we get it. We're going to draft up something because we really think we've got to have legislation.
Okay, so they didn't think this was something that they could do administratively?
That's correct. And that's why I had to file this bill.
Okay, I see. So it's kind of a late bill, late in the process.
Because we just discovered this.
Okay.
So, and when I discovered it, I immediately called Revenue and said, hey, here's what's going on. And they said, okay. And it's been run up the flagpole to their, and they said, no, we've got to have legislation because of that inability to transfer provision, which was never meant to stop this.
Yeah, it just complicates things. So is this something that's going to be done retroactively, or is it just from
retroactively?
How far back will we go?
As long as we've had the Growing Alabama tax credit, which I assume, but it would only really be applying to the last tax year.
Right. Okay.
Because that's where people are trying to claim the credit, or they would have claimed it already.
Right.
So I don't know, Representative Bracy, if that transfer provision was just put in.
Probably just for this particular situation.
When it renewed, but definitely this bill is for that situation, and it's limiting it to people that file a consolidated tax return.
Okay. Do you know how many people that would be?
I do not. I do know that there's, one entity for sure, but I was told by the department this would have, others were in the same situation.
Okay. So when it was brought to your attention, was it brought to your attention by like an association or a board?
No, a company.
Just a company?
Yes.
Located in your district?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, congratulations. Yes. How many people do they employ?
I don't know the number, but I would say a lot.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good paying jobs?
What's it? Oh, yes. Good paying. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, that's really good, because one thing we want to do is when we go out and recruit industry to Alabama, whether they're homegrown or international, we want them to be able to receive all these different types of benefits, because, I'm a corporate guy, and I believe that, we create jobs and that transcend down, and you get good paying jobs, and they go out into the community, and people are able to, contribute more to their communities. They contribute more to their churches, more to the sales tax, state income tax, and it just makes for a better community, as a whole by having good paying jobs, not the lower wage paying positions. I guess the scariest part about this bill, you know what it is?
What's that?
It's one page.
Yeah.
And when you have these one-page bills, they're like some of the most dangerous bills that we could have, because they seem so simple.
Right.
And it's on the surface, and it's so simple that the one-page bill even have to be substituted. And yeah, I know in a few minutes you'll have the opportunity to talk some about the substitute, but hopefully this will give you the relief, or give the taxpayers the relief that they're looking for. Do we know what's the fiscal note of this bill?
I do not. I don't recall
because it has
getting a specified amount.
Okay.
Because it's just taking a tax credit.
But tax credits are money, so
yeah.
At the end of the day, the tax credits are funds that will be coming out of the ETF, which is why this is house education substitute. That's why this bill went through that committee, because it would have some effect on the ETF budget.
Well, since it was the Growing Alabama tax credit, and I knew that had gone through the House. I mean,
so you're saying that it's just going to attach to the legislation that's already left?
Yes. I mean, just making it clear that it can be, if you file a consolidated return, you can claim that, whether it's a parent, subsidiary, you can claim it.
So the parent company, that's kind of like if doing business as, kind of like, you have this umbrella corporation, then you have doing business as, which will be the subsidiary. And the thing is to try to disconnect the two, or either connect the two so the tax credit could be applied.
Yeah, it's allowing the tax credit if a parent makes the payment. Well, they have nothing to offset the tax credit against, the liabilities. So you're letting the subsidiary.
Why wouldn't they have liabilities though? Because they're not actually the ones doing business. That's right. Umbrella.
That's right. It's a parent company. Okay. And so even though they wrote the checks, they need to take the tax credit, can only be taken by the subsidiary. So
why would it make a difference?
Because the parent company didn't have any liabilities to offset the tax credit.
So is the parent in this particular case, is the parent company an Alabama company?
Yes.
So both of them are Alabama companies.
I say that, to my knowledge, that is correct.
Okay. See how it can be a little complicated, but I definitely understand what you're doing. I'm gonna vote for the bill. Anytime that we kind of make doing business a little more difficult in the state of Alabama, we need to try to correct it. And I think that's what this is doing. I'll be the first to say that this is the most complicated small bill that I've probably ever seen. Yeah. But you seem to be very, very knowledgeable about it. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about it today.
Thank you, Representative Brace.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to give me examples of the companies and that, like a parent company and a subsidiary or holding company that, oh, wait a minute. It said that the credit from a parent or holding company may be claimed by a subsidiary.
That's right.
Okay, so give me an example. You said this comes from the Growing Alabama Act that we passed. This is because of the Growing Alabama Act.
So the Growing Alabama tax credit, and I don't know if Representative Garrett's in here. I don't remember when we first started that.
Right.
But we just renewed it this year.
Right.
And in that, companies that support that, support the Growing Alabama tax credit. The ones that support that, they get a tax credit back.
So give me an example. I was trying to see, there has to be a list of different companies that.
And I do not have that. I don't know if the Chairman Garrett would have that, or the Department of Revenue might have that.
I would hope so.
Yes, I would too. I do not know what all Commerce would have that. our Department of Commerce. So those companies give in support of the Growing Alabama Tax Credit Act, or Growing Alabama Act, if I'm saying it correctly. And when they do that, if they file a consolidated return, we wanted a parent company that had supported it. If its subsidiary wanted to claim that credit.
So name me a company that
Well,
would
so-
have
so-
I mean, it doesn't have to be what's in it, because I'm going to request, I'm going to request information
Sure.
on the Growing Alabama credit.
So all this bill is doing and is allowing a company that has supported this, the Growing Alabama Act,
Such as, that's my
such
question.
as a bank,
Okay. So
and they have a parent company.
Okay, so let's take a bank, like Regions Bank.
Sure, and so they have let's say it's Regions Bank, but they're under, let's say they're under an umbrella. So they're under a parent company.
Okay.
So you've got the bank that
Like
has
a major region and then the local regions.
Well,
I'm
they're based in this, I'm not saying I've spoken to that bank about this.
And I'm not either. I'm just trying to find out what companies can
Sure.
under received credit.
Any company that files a consolidated tax return, that's number one. They have
Any
to.
company.
So a company that files a consolidated tax return.
So, okay, let's go back and stop right there. So
Okay.
we could take all of the local affiliates throughout the state of I'm just using this bank, Regions.
Right.
That would be the each one of them
Well,
would have to file.
well, no. So think of it a little
I'm
bit.
just trying to get you to pitch. I'm trying to
Right.
put a picture in my mind of what you're trying to,
Right. So think of it of a corporation that has a parent company that is over a bank here, it's over a company here, and it has subsidiaries underneath. It might have a mortgage company, it might have a bank here, and it has a parent name. And that parent is basically, that's what they are, as a parent company over these companies that actually deal with people and make money, have loans, and
So they could have different areas of specialties.
Yes, and it doesn't really matter what the subsidiary is or what
Okay,
type of
all right,
company.
I'm getting the
as
picture.
long as there's a parent company and they have subsidiaries, and they file a consolidated tax return, if the parent supports the Growing Alabama Act, so the parent wrote the check.
Okay.
To support the Growing Alabama Act.
Okay.
But the credit, because the parent really doesn't have any liabilities, the parent is the one that wants to claim the tax credit. So, I'm sorry,
The
I
parent wrote
apologize.
the check, but the
Subsidiary wants to claim the credit, and they file the same tax return. So it's the same company, but because we have a provision in the Growing Alabama Act that doesn't let you transfer the credit from one taxpayer to another.
Okay, so you're saying if the parent company filed the tax, the subsidiary could not file or could not get credit under the Growing Alabama Act.
Currently. And that's a problem that nobody wants that to happen. We didn't want people to be transferring credits around, but it wasn't meant to stop a company that's really one and the same.
But so what confuses me, if they only filed one tax, I mean,
They have one tax return, but they have different tax ID numbers. The parent company has a different tax ID number and the subsidiary.
So
Yeah.
that ID number allows them to get credit just as the parent company is getting credit.
Under current law, the parent's the only one that if
All
they,
right. That's what I'm saying. Your bill is saying right now, even though there are these other areas have a separate ID number,
That's right.
the only one that gets credit for this is the parent company. And now you wanting to make sure all of those other different IDs under that company are now benefiting from that.
Right, because in a lot of these instances, Representative Hall, the parent company can't take the credit. There's nothing for them to use it. So it basically is useless to the parent. So this allows the subsidiary to be able to claim the credit. And both Commerce and the Department of Revenue realize, hey, this is not what the legislature was trying to do, but we've got to close this loophole to allow this to happen.
And so then in order for that to happen, even after this bill passes based on your one pager, that the Department of Revenue then they have the responsibility of adopting rules for being the administrator and implementing this act.
Well, that's right. That's in there, and we were making sure it was applied retroactively. So, you know, this has already happened.
Now, hold up. It only says for tax years beginning on of January 21. It said only for tax year January 21.
That's right.
Okay, so you're only going back, well, maybe 2 years, but.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. I'm
yes,
good.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair, thank the lady. The question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Speaker, I need to move to adopt the sub.
That's the question.
Which was just an amendment, but yeah.
This is a committee sub.
It was, yes.
Here to explain your sub.
It made it retroactive to January 1st, 2021.
All right. You've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted.
Move for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage, HB 439. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. They let you set up here. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 439 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 455 with substitute by Representative Standridge relating to the Forestry Commission.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 455, this is a volunteer fire department bill in conjunction with the Forestry Commission. What this bill will do is it'll create and provide duties and procedures for the Rural and Community Fire Protection Advisory Committee and to create and provide procedures for administration of the Rural and Community Fire Protection Development and Improvement Grant Program. And with that, I would move to adopt the BIR.
Next question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Chairman.
Also, there is a committee sub, and I would move to adopt the sub.
This question is adoption of the sub. Representative Travis, you want to speak on the committee sub? Okay. Clerk will unlock the machine and record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub is adopted. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move for final passage, but I do expect an amendment, floor amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to offer a substitute-friendly subs here to the bill.
I think it's an amendment. It's an amendment.
It's amendment to the sub, yeah.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 455 by Representative Travis.
Representative Travis, care to explain your amendment?
All right, on this sub, is replace line 84, page 3 with the following. And what it does is diversity language. It's appointed by the appointed authority of the vacated member. All appointed authorities shall coordinate the appointments to assure the committee membership is inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state.
It's a friendly amendment.
Chairman Sanders says this is a friendly amendment. Ms. Hall, do you want to speak on the sub or the bill? All right, thank you. Question for the body is passage of this amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage as substituted and amended.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
One of my favorite people.
I like hearing that. Thank you.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah.
I was actually out in the clerk's office when we went over the introduction of the bill and voted on the BIR. I'm trying my best to not take up much time on bills, but I'm trying to kind of fit in during the BIR process today a little bit. So can you tell me exactly what this is doing? I have some volunteer firefighters, fire departments in my district.
Yeah, absolutely. What really started this process was one of the major issues that we have, especially in rural areas, is our volunteer fire departments, and what's going on is that we're having a lot of trouble with recruitment and retaining those volunteer firemen. And so we've been trying to work on that issue. I've been working with the state forester and his staff and several of our rural members of this body has been working on it and trying to see what we can do to try to help that. And in that process, we're working with them. We came up with a plan to, first of all, get an advisory committee because there's all different ideas out there. And we just need a place to consolidate those and be kind of an incubator to be able to, hash those ideas out and try to come out with the best ones. And so this is what the product is of trying to create that committee and getting that set in place for there to be input from all over the state.
Okay. Is that where you see the different districts broken down within the body of the substitute?
Yes. So it represent the entire state.
Okay. And, thank you for accepting the amendment for the racial diversity amendment. Thank you for doing that as well. So the 10 districts, how are those districts created?
How were they created?
Yes, sir.
Well, this was set by a existing steering committee that was in the law. This is how those were set up to begin with. So they just used that same guideline for this committee also because that has worked really well. So it just uses that same framework that was already in law.
So are all 67 counties represented within the 10
Yes,
districts?
everyone's represented.
Okay. Okay, I see. So my area would be like District 8. Now, who would represent District 8 on the board? I see that would be like Baldwin, Choctaw, Clark, Mobile, and Washington. It almost resembles somewhat like Congressional District 1.
Right.
Who would represent our area? How would they be selected and represented?
It'd be selected by the state forester. just like the steering committee is now, but they would have, one thing they would have to do, based on the sub that we adopted, is they'd have to be a volunteer firefighter.
Okay.
So there's a requirement that they be a volunteer firefighter. That's one of the things that happened in the committee.
Okay. When they, with their departments, how do they get a lot of their equipment and some of the funding for those departments?
Well, there's all different ways that's going on across the state. I mean, some have some local funding, some have some, they get, a lot of them have fees. A lot of times those are voluntary. Sometimes they're mandatory. They go to those volunteer fire departments. They receive some grant funding. And a lot of the major purchases that they receive, they have to depend on those grants to be able to do that for fire trucks and major equipment.
Where would the grants, do you know where they traditionally come from?
Well, most of those larger grants come from federal grants.
Okay.
To do that. A lot of times they pass through the state programs, of course, but it's federal dollars.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I remember I passed a local bill a few years ago for our county commission for our volunteer fire departments in Mobile County. And it, if I'm not mistaken, it allowed the county commission to be able to contribute funds from the county commission to help with those fire departments. Because, when you think about it, even though they're volunteer departments, they still live in the county and in the state of Alabama, and we still have some responsibility to those citizens, even though they may not, some of them live within the municipality city limits. And that's kind of like how some of ours are, kind of like when it's out into the county. So is it strictly a volunteer that we're?
Yes, that are classified as volunteer. Now, some of them, they can meet that classification, even if they have maybe a full-time staff member or two.
Right.
But majority would be volunteers. They would still be considered volunteer fire department.
That's good. I can remember a few firemen serving here, and I appreciate their service to the legislature. I know at least two, like in the last quadrennium, was serving here. Is it just two? I know it was at least two. I think it was Representative Haynes. Was he a fireman?
He was a fireman. He retired, but yes.
Okay, and Representative Lovern
is also one. And there's probably more that have served in volunteer capacities. I'm not. I know we have at least one more that has talked to me about this issue that serves now.
Okay. I know sometimes we can get grants. Can we help with? I know you mentioned like the federal grants that could help with the volunteer fire department. Those RC&D grants, can those help with the volunteer fire departments? I know we've received grants before, but they were for like some of our smaller municipality fire departments. Can those help with the volunteer fire departments?
It's my understanding that they can, and they do help in different ways, different projects that they do. They've helped, and they might be some type of equipment or structure or something like that they're needing to do.
Okay.
So, yes.
I have a cousin living in Clark County. That's where my family is originally from. And my cousin Lorraine's husband, Jerry Armstead, has been a volunteer firefighter for a long, long time. I'm not sure exactly what his position is within the volunteer fire department, but he has a fire vehicle at his home. And I can remember us being like at a family reunion or something, and he get a call and have to go. So the response of these people is really important, and I have to give it to them. The work ethic is really strong for these volunteer fire departments. When you get people that will actually volunteer their time to do something to make their community better, quality of life, make it safer for people, being able to respond to medical concerns, in the community. And like living in a rural area, a country mile is a long mile.
That's right.
And to be able to have somebody close by you that's a resident, that's kind of like your neighbor,
right?
Being able to respond to a call, that's really important. Those people are in our community. They go to our churches. We shop with them. We hunt with them. We fish with them. We spend time with them. And I just think it's really, really important. And so when I went to visit my aunt, a couple months ago, up in Clark County, she stayed in Choctaw Bluff. I don't know if you're familiar with that. But I passed Jerry and Lorraine's house and I saw that fire truck and I was like, okay, Jerry's about 70, but he's still very active. He's a fit 70, still very actively involved in making sure that the community is safe with the volunteer fire department. So, I stand in support of it. Anything that we could do to help, I think it's a great idea to make sure that these people are volunteer firefighters that serve on this committee. Is a very respectable thing because I think it helps them to be able to drive their own ship. And I think more communities should step up and do what they can to help. Some of these volunteer fire departments are responding. Their response time is better than some of our paid fire departments. And it's just because of the level of commitment that they continue to show to what they're doing to make our community safe and make everything better. I wish I'd had an opportunity to speak during the BIR. Sorry for taking a little bit extra time with you today, but
it gave us the time to say how important they are.
Gentleman's time has expired. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 455. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 455 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 404 by Representative Jackson relating to commercial drivers.
Representative McCampbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. HB 404 is a codification bill. What it does is this bill would allow a commercial driver who holds a valid transportation worker identification credential from the Transportation Security Administration to obtain a new or renew a hazardous material endorsement from Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency. Basically, what it is you allow them to use their TIC card instead of having to go through another background check. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Yes, sir, I will.
I'm not going to stay too long because I understand the difficulty sometimes it can be when we have to step in and carry legislation for other members. Thank you for doing that.
Yes, sir.
Representative Jackson, I always say he's my representative because he represents my hometown where my family's from.
Right.
Up in Clark County. I've always been interested in understanding more about TWIC cards. And so I'm not real clear on exactly what we're doing. I know some companies recognize and some don't. I know like the docs a lot of times recognize TWIC cards and things like that. So can you kind of give me an idea of,
Yeah,
just kind of help explain it to me for me.
Your TWIC cards are the cards that are federally IDs. And what they do is allow them to go on, for instance, facilities like yours. You have to have a TWIC card to be able to get onto these federal, areas where you are may be involved in hazardous work materials, or things of that nature. So it's first of all, your federal ID. But in Alabama now, and I say it's a codification, already Aaliyah is doing this, so they are already, recognizing the TWIC card and allowing them to have their hazardous material endorsements on the CDLs here in Alabama.
So basically, if a person holds a CDL, commercial driver's license.
Yes, sir.
And they have a TWIC card, they can take that TWIC card to Aaliyah and then have the hazardous placed on their commercial driver's license?
Yes, sir. On their personal CDL.
Okay. And I think that will
and what it does is it allows them to use their background check from the TWIC card
instead of
having to do an additional background check, which is the same thing.
Okay, is there any cost to it, to the people, or is the cost just the regular commercial driver's license cost and whatever it is for the TWIC card?
It'll be the regular cost, and for the Alabama driver's license, Alabama CDL, and whatever the cost for those endorsements are.
Okay, I think that's really important because, we're looking at the Mobile I-10 Bridge project. And part of the distinction with hazardous material is you cannot, we have tunnels in Mobile.
Right.
You have the Bankhead Tunnel and you have the Wallace Tunnel. And part of it is you can't travel with hazardous material through these tunnels. And what ends up happening, not that I agree with it, but it's the only route that can be taken at this moment would be the route that goes across the Africatown Bridge that allows you to go through Pritchard, through Africatown, and you can come off over by Spanish Fort by the battleship. That's like an alternate route to make sure that hazardous material is not going through the Wallace or the Bankhead Tunnel, which we don't really like because it's hazardous material going into a minority community, mainly Africatown. So we definitely don't like that, but that appears to be the current alternative route for CDL drivers. And it looks like that's possibly going to be one of the main alternative free routes once we get this I-10 bridge finally built and they put whatever toll mechanisms in place that they deem necessary. This will be the free route. So it's going to be even more hazardous material, hazardous cargo, whatever, going through the Africatown Bridge, going through these communities that's already been kind of devastated from, the plants and things like that, the paper mills, and how a lot of this stuff happens in some of these types of communities. So, I definitely think it's a plus for the people. It's a benefit. It's something that they need. Maybe we need to just kind of take a deeper look at the different routes that people can go with these hazardous materials. I know with one of our tunnels, you have like a 12-foot ceiling. Like if anything that you have is, I think it's like 12, something like that. But if it can only go so high, and people drive through this tunnel all the time and they get stuck.
Oh, yeah.
And it pretty much peels like an aluminum can or a sardine can. Remember the sardine can?
Oh, yeah.
You twist it off, it peels the top of their trucks off and they get stuck in these tunnels, but the tunnel never lost.
Said never lost a battle.
The tunnel has never lost. It has been very consistent all of my life.
Yeah.
And you see people go through there and then they have things that hang down before you get to it that you bump them before you get to the tunnel to let you know you're going to have some problems. But for some reason, people try to go anyway. And you could imagine, the devastation that would be with hazardous materials and stuff like that.
Yeah, that you'd have a huge spill down there that would probably shut down Mobile for quite a while, especially if you have the hazardous materials. But this one is just allowing, it's actually just a streamlining process to allow the people that may come in here from other areas, especially to work in installations like where you work,
sir.
You know, if they come in here and they have their TWIC cards, which they probably are required to because it's a federal, it does a lot of federal.
Actually, we don't recognize the TWIC cards at our facility because we just kind of have our own way of streamlining that.
Okay.
But most facilities along the port, they do.
Okay.
So I understand exactly where you're coming from, and it would be convenient because that's the route.
Okay.
You know, if you think about it, that's the route that these people would go through. So when they get their TWIC cards, do they have to take like some kind of special test, or is it just about the background test, or is it like an altitude test as well?
Well, now that question I honestly can't answer.
Yes, sir.
I know whenever you doing your CDL, then you have to take a written exam to. Then you have to get you take your driving exam or your skills exam is what they call it.
Yes,
but
sir.
you also have, when you're getting those different designations, especially when you're getting a hazardous waste designation, you do have a written exam that you have to take.
Yes, sir.
That specializes in how you take care of the hazardous material that you're transporting.
Okay.
How you have to mark your unit in terms of the material that you're carrying and making sure that everything is, you have to show that you have an understanding of how to make the public roads safe as a driver here in the state.
I could see that, and I could also see some level of training of knowing how to treat a spill.
Yes.
Dealing with like EPA, ADM, who do you contact, what the procedures are, make sure things don't get into the waterways and things like that. You know, I think that's very, very important as well, especially in our area being so close to the water. You definitely don't want to have spills and things like that, you know, coming out.
You're right.
And fisheries and,
right,
you know, and things like that. So, you know,
as I say, I can understand the real concern in the African town area because then you spills, you could be destroying some important parts of history.
Yeah, I think it's horrible that that's the only free route that we have.
It is.
You know, it's like this is going to be the free route to get to the beach. and it's going to be congested. And then you're going to have the hazardous material by the 18-wheelers that's going to be on that same road as well. And it's definitely waterways, fisheries, and the historical Africatown community. I mean, I went to middle school in that community, so Mobile County Training Middle School, the only school in Alabama that was formed by Africans.
Okay.
So thank you
And
for
the gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Ream.
Thank you for the recognitions, Mr. Speaker. I have one question pertaining to the TWIC card.
Yes.
So back in 1994, I went to truck driving school and had to pass a hazmat exam. So I'm a little familiar with it, but I'm not familiar with this TWIC card. So in order to receive a TWIC card, do the individuals have a hazmat exam? And does it equate to what the state is giving?
I would think it does. And I can't answer that in specific because I know that specifically, but it is the national recognition in order for you to have those hazmat designations, the national. It's actually going on up in DC right now. They have some additional legislation regarding TWIC cards.
So the folks that you worked with on this.
The Alabama Truckers Association and ALEA.
And so they indicated that there wouldn't be any loss of education or knowledge for hazardous materials if we did this. Is that correct?
No, this only allows ALEA to use their background check. When you get a background check for the TWIC, then it allows Aaliyah to use that background check. It doesn't deal with the skills part.
Well, that's my confusion. Otherwise, I wouldn't be up here because it says required to issue a hazardous material endorsement, which is an endorsement that goes onto a CDL.
Right.
'Cause you could still have a CDL without the hazmat endorsement.
Right.
So it just seems to me when I read it, and I just read your bill, is that there's nothing that indicates that somebody that holds a TWIC card has met the qualifications of having an Alabama hazardous material endorsement unless, my only question would be, unless that's standardized throughout the industry and that by having a TWIC card, that automatically gives you that endorsement. That's my question.
And I cannot say that it automatically gets you that endorsement, but what I can say is that it allows us to streamline that process. So now this is just my guesstimate of it, and that's all I can give you on this part of it.
Right.
Is that in order for, because when they talked to me about it, they were saying that this is the process that Aaliyah already used, and it's a codification of that process. So I'm sure Aaliyah wouldn't have you issue a hazmat notification or placard unless you've already passed and shown your ability to understand what you have to do with it.
So what you're saying is Aaliyah is behind this and they approve of that?
And the Truckers
Okay.
Association.
All right, thank you. Thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative McCampbell.
If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, final passage.
That is question. Final passage of HB 404. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Yeah, don't I look better?
Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 404 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 390 by Representative South relating to environmental covenants.
Representative South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 390 is a bill that will treat above-ground storage tanks the same as underground storage tanks by excluding them from the requirement of environmental covenants. So with that, I move for the BIR.
That is the questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 100 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Representative South.
If there are no other questions, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern here, when you're talking about underground storage, in the area I have, we have a lot of manufacturing companies. And for some of those hazardous and carcinogen chemicals, they could harness them and they put them in underground storage tanks until I guess they're full and they remove. So explain to me what are they being exempted from?
So we're not, the underground storage tanks already have the exemption that we're applying to the above ground storage tank.
Okay.
So.
What are those exemptions?
And it only exempts it from the covenants that could sometimes be required.
And what did it cut?
In 2012, the legislature excluded underground storage tanks from this requirement. And it's simple as it could be, all we're doing is including above ground storage tanks to be applied for the same thing.
This is the problem when this legislature start doing things and taking away requirements and stuff, because if I know with one of the companies and they just self-reported themselves, but because of some of these regulations the state take away, they had a leak that could easily, if they hadn't discovered it themselves, they don't know how much damage it might have done to our underground waters. But we come in, we do all these things and exempt these people from things, but you don't know the impact it have on the people who are directly in those areas. So which covenants are you talking about?
So the environment.
So I don't have to file some more EPA stuff on folks, because this legislature, because I could believe that a lot of representatives don't live in areas where they might have the manufacturing companies that's harnessing these chemicals and storing them in underground storage vessels, tanks. So you don't know the impact that it's having on those people that live in those areas. So do you have a list of what the covenant would cover?
I don't have a list, but as it's defined within the bill,
the bill don't say much.
It says a servitude arising under an environmental response project that imposes activity or use limitations.
That doesn't tell me what they're protecting us.
Right.
What are they? What covenant are they? What does the covenant cover that you will want to exempt above ground storage tanks from? Because I can tell y'all, you're causing somebody some problems.
Yeah.
Because you don't go to the area. Have you had the opportunity to actually go and observe the above ground storage tanks to know what the covenant would exempt them from?
I don't know exactly. Like I said, the change within the bill is
I read the bill, but
1.5 lines, you know?
Yeah, but I didn't see what they were exempting them from, because unless we could bring back up the previous bill, you know, and this is something we deal with in my community on a regular basis, and monitoring even the above and below ground storage when it's coming, when they've harnessed certain chemicals from the manufacturing. So we just like to be a little more informed as to what you exempted, because I can promise you, we're the ones that get the cancer.
Yes, ma'am.
And the health department say we didn't get it, because if there's any regulation in that covenant that would cause them to not be as cautious as they need to be with whatever they're storing
Yes, ma'am.
in those above ground tanks, and we would like to know if those storage tanks above ground, how are they? I guess the material they're made out of, the way they're stored, what's the proper way to store them so that you don't get leakage from those tanks. The covenant, unless we can see the whole covenant, you know, and I think that's what bothers me when we add on to something and we don't know what we're doing in the first place, because I don't. But I do know we have a lot of problems, and we work with a lot of manufacturing companies over the years till they become like our neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
And when something happens, you know, some are good at self-reporting, some are not. And those are the ones we continue to fight, because we got some that are, I just got a call from one of the companies in my area. We fought them on releasing benzene into the air for a long time, because and after we warned, they are supposed to be harnessing that and putting it in some type of storage tank. But the worker told me they're still releasing it.
Gotcha. Well, and as it applies to this, we're really talking about motor fuel, and that's kind of where we're.
You're talking
pointing
about
this.
what?
Motor fuel.
Okay. So that's more
Petroleum
specific.
products. Yes,
but you
ma'am.
know, petroleum products leak too.
I totally understand.
So
that.
what's the proper way? What would we take away from the covenant that they are being exempted? What did it cover? And I think that's just my problem.
Back
What
to
did it cover?
To the earlier point, you know, like I said, we changed one line in the statute.
Tell
to
me what it's
include-
all about.
I totally understand.
You know, and we don't, and the question to be asked is that if we're exempting them from this covenant on the way to oil, and it is not sufficient, then it leaks. And it might give them the opportunity to lose the containers that are not up to par. They might come up with something that's less effective, and that oil leaks into the ground. And then that it still have the possibility of dealing with your underground streams and impacting them.
I don't think it would have an effect on kind of once it got to that point for sure.
I have to beg to differ. Because see, if they had not released all them rules and regulations for trains, the trains wouldn't be coming off the tracks the way they do. And I just appreciate if there's any future legislation coming, because I'll have to vote against it, because like I said, I live in the areas we don't ever, unless you bought more information with the bill, then I could be assured that we're safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we have plants that store from A to Z, they're manufacturing and storing stuff within the district that I cover that could be a possibility that exempting them from this covenant. You know, it might not be today or tomorrow, but it could cause a problem. And I'll be able to come back and say, well, you know, they exempted him from the covenant. And now Mr. South is enjoying a real good job away from the legislature. You know, and he don't have to deal with this anymore. But that's my only concern.
Yes, ma'am.
And why I would have to vote, because we just have so many different types of industries in my area.
Yes, ma'am.
Some that would use or be storing oil in an above ground tank or something. And I don't know what this exempts them from. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from St. Clair, Representative Hill.
This should be entertaining.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding that that Cal's about to leave us. He's going to take a job with the West Alabama Chamber of Commerce, and he and I came in together. And I want you to know, Cal, that for the last 9 years, I didn't know if I'd have this chance, but it's been a pleasure to have served with you. You're one of these guys that comes down here, you do your job, you do what you're supposed to do. The bills that you bring to us are well thought out. You're an asset to this organization. You're an asset to what we do here in the Alabama legislature. And I want you to know it's been a real pleasure to have been with you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Is this mic on?
I think.
How you doing, man?
I'm well.
Like one last spar.
No, we may have a few more. I've got a little bit more time. Judge Hill's trying to kick me out today, but I'm not quite there yet.
Well, you know, I don't want you to leave. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that.
You know, Busky always talk about you, one of the best golfers in the house. Had to invite you down to our golf tournament.
That's right.
Once you start getting involved with you.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about storage tanks.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just trying to get some clarity on where we are, where we were, where we're going. What's the difference if something was to happen? You know, I like to just get a good understanding of how we deal with the situation, if it's in the ground or if it's above ground, or, you know, just kind of bring me in on it.
So I think Representative Blackshear put it best back there when he explained this bill a few minutes ago. He said one of them's got dirt on top of it and the other one doesn't.
Okay.
And so literally we're treating the above ground storage tanks just like we already are underground storage tanks. And I think ADM has a pretty good grasp on the regulation in and around that. And this just exempts that one factor.
Okay. Where are the storage tanks located?
So motor fuel, so it could be private, public. It could be, on-premise gas stations.
Okay.
The Petroleum and Convenience Marketers actually brought this piece of legislation to me. There was a fix of something that didn't get included back when the change was made in 2012.
Petroleum people. It's something that they're against right now that I think I'm for. I just can't remember exactly what it is, but I guess we'll talk about that
That's
when
right.
we get to it.
Let me know. I'll try to help you, okay?
Yeah, I think it's the one about the sales tax and
Gotcha.
stuff like that. in the
Gotcha,
city.
gotcha.
So yeah, we'll deal
That's
with that.
not this bill.
I know. So with these tanks, is it a reason why they were initially placed underground and not above ground?
I do not know that. So, and again, I think we've got to make sure that we are not exempting the underground ones. They were already exempted. These are the above ground that we're treating now like the underground storage.
I'm just wondering if we were placing them underground for a safety reason.
I know there were a lot of changes back in the day that, they went through a process of
What's back in the day? What's that?
Before my time.
Okay. Okay.
That they went through and changed out all the underground tanks to make sure that we kept from leaking and those kinds of things. And there was a big process that took place. This change actually came about after that process was done in 2012. So
okay. So we feel like were some tanks leaking underground and we didn't know about it, which make us want to change at least the view of the tank so we can, I guess, because you can see.
Rarely do you see above ground storage tanks like at a gas station, those kinds of things. Normally they're underground. A lot of times where you see above ground storage tanks are private business, those kinds of things that keep fuel on premise.
Okay. So I guess I'm just not real sure on what the above ground storage tank look like. The one that I can think about is, I've been fortunate enough to talk a little bit today about my family being from Clark County, and they didn't have natural gas, and my grandparents' house had propane, and they had that huge propane tank outside of their home, and I used to sit on it and buck on it like it was a horse, not knowing I was bucking on a gas tank. But is that
So they look similar.
Is that similar?
Yeah, it looks similar, but this would be for motor fuel, not for propane. But the tanks themselves, to my knowledge, look very similar.
Okay, so motor fuel. So this will be something, for instance, if like a city's public works department.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So most of the time they have their tanks above ground because they're easier to service, easier to realize problems and issues and those kinds of things without having to take the expense of putting them in the ground or changing them out, or if heaven forbid there is a leak, it's easier to deal with when it's above ground.
Okay, I can see that. So who all would use these? I know you mentioned private. Will any public because I'm thinking about, like, we have an area where, like, all of our sheriff cars in Mobile County, they go get gas. The Mobile Police Department, the Public Works Department. I know, like in Pritchard, we have, we don't just give them a credit card and be like, hey man, go and do what you do. Then they end up having pizza and everything else on the credit card. It's like they go and actually get gas at these different areas, I guess, where you can get your oil changed, tires rotated, different things that you can get done to the city fleets. Would the cities and the counties participate in this, or is this just for a private business?
Through my experience, like I would assume so in some instances, but from my experience, the above ground tanks are smaller than the underground tanks, which have a bigger capacity. Generally, when you see an above ground storage tank, it's somewhat smaller.
Okay, so like for school systems where they have to gas up their bus fleets, those are underground tanks.
I don't know in all cases. I think in some cases they are, but I don't want to.
So at most of the gas stations, like when you go to the gas station and you run across like this little metal thing, that's what that is?
That's the underground tank, yep.
Okay, that's the underground tank. So give me a description, like how would I know if I was to see an above ground tank?
It would look a lot like that propane tank that you were speaking of.
The one I used to ride on?
Yep.
Okay.
Did you use a saddle or anything when you?
Nah, man, I just jumped up there. It was rusty and everything, man. I had on my little white shorts. My mom used to be so mad.
Yeah. So back in the day, I can remember growing up having an above ground tank at the farm that we used to, gas up tractors and.
Yeah. I almost
ATVs
ended
and
up
those
getting
kinds of
a in-ground propane tank. So where I live in Saraland, and we got a swimming pool built. And for the jacuzzi, we didn't have gas.
Hey.
We didn't have gas, so we were looking at possibly doing the propane, but then we ended up having to get a gas line,
Yeah.
just to be able to get it, because it was really expensive to try to bring in an underground propane tank.
Right.
To dig up the ground and put it in and service it and connect it, and then I guess to even refill it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you think about a little propane tank, costs about $20. It depends on where you're going, for the fire pits and heaters and stuff like that. So this is only for motor fuel?
Yes. I mean, that's what it's targeting. And I think that's all it would actually apply to.
Yeah. Former Representative Barton is texting me so I can see what one looks like. I don't think the one I rode wasn't quite as big as that one. You need a ladder to get up on the one that he's sending out. But so is this diesel, unleaded, mid, and premium? So it gives you all the options?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. How do they set the price for it? Do you buy it in bulk?
Have no idea about that pricing. I would assume that you buy it wholesale like a.
So can I put one at my house? That way we could treat it kind of like the people with electric cars can just plug up in the garage, and I could just fill up
just
in the evenings when I get home.
That's right. Yeah. Maybe so.
I wonder if Jim could text me that, since he's texting both of us. I mean, I guess overall on the surface, I can see this being a good piece of legislation.
Yep.
As mentioned, you always bring sensible legislation, good bills. Served as vice chair recently with the general fund. That's been a good committee, and you've always just really been a stand-up, straight-up guy, to deal with. And I wish you all the best in the future. And I know I saw some people up here last week with the bids in already on replacement. I'm like, let the man retire. Jesus. They was already like, hey, I'm such and such. And I'm running for something. I'm like, he ain't left yet.
That's right. I still got a few more weeks.
Let the man finish his job. They ready for a special election.
I know.
I
know. Trying to run.
They must think we get paid well up here. They don't know we don't have a retirement now. Hey, but thank you.
Yeah.
You've been kind. Thank you, sir.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Mr. Wadsworth. And while he's coming down, the chair would like to recognize Cavender Vaughn, who's joined us in the balcony up here. Cavender, welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
May the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I just got some questions. Right now, below ground tanks are governed by ADM, and above ground tanks are not governed by ADM. Is that true?
I don't think that's correct. No, sir.
I was thinking above ground tanks, because I went to a seminar back a couple of years ago, and it was saying that above ground tanks are not subject by ADM unless the distance between the tanks and where the gas pumps are is over a certain distance.
I don't think that's correct.
Okay.
And the only reason I say that is we had a local issue with an above ground tank that ADM was the regulating body that came in to.
What does your bill do?
It basically treats the above ground tanks as they do underground tanks when it comes to the covenants.
It treats the underground tanks the same as
above ground tanks the same as underground tanks.
Okay, so that are they? I guess my concern is is that I went to Greenville for this seminar, and that's what surprised me about whether or not below underground tanks. Really, what surprised me was that above ground tanks were not governed unless the piping was a certain distance from the gas pumps. And if we treat them the same, does that mean that because right now you can remove above ground tanks without having to go through ADM or any place, but does this mean that if you remove above ground tanks, you're going to go through the same procedures to remove underground tanks?
I don't think this is putting any more onus on the owner of an above ground tank. I mean, I think part of what this does maybe includes above ground tanks when it talks about the underground trust fund for environmental responses
for cleanup
and those kinds of things. I think that's the biggest part of this, taking away those covenants, and then they would be included then in those potential. Yes. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, and confirm that ADM does regulate above ground as well.
Okay.
Which again, we had a local issue, and ADM was the governing body that came in for the response.
I get it, it's been 2 years since I went to that seminar, and that was the biggest surprise. But about the removal under this bill, if you remove an above ground tank, are you required to get with a certified person to do it, or?
I'm sure you are. It's not changing how that process would take place.
Yeah. Does it require people that have above ground tanks to register their tanks with ADM?
I think they already have to.
Okay. I'm not questioning, but I've got a real big question about that, because I'm concerned that it puts a burden on the people that have above ground tanks. Because I've actually got one in my district where the above ground tanks are over a certain distance, and therefore they're required to be regulated. But if you have I'm going to go look it up, and it may pass, but I really have a concern that what we're doing is putting more regulation on retailers that have above ground tanks. So that's my question. Thank you.
Question for the body is now passage of House Bill 390. All in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote no. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote.
Yeah.
Hey, Alan. Thank you. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 97 ayes, 1 nay, 4 abstentions. The House bill passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 189 with substitute by Representative Lovern relating to the Forestry Commission.
Mr. Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 189, I've spoken with a lot of different groups about where we're trying to find efficiencies in our rural areas with our forest product industry, moving products to the mills and from the mills to other places. And the bridges and roadways are a negative impact in our rural areas. And this was an attempt to try to address those things and trying to find workforce development in the forest industry. And we have worked to try to find some funding sources, and we're just not at a point where we feel like we need to with the chairman. And so at a certain point, at the right point, I'll introduce a sub just as a preview that will remove any financial component to this bill. It'll just set up the appropriate committee that will try to find these efficiencies and work towards this goal through our Forestry Commission. And then I'll have a friendly amendment that's going to be offered to that substitute. But at this time, I'll move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mr. Brayson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Decided to just go ahead and speak a little bit now. I know you have some changes. I've been trying to read up on the changes, as well as I see that you possibly and we possibly have so tell me a little bit about the workforce development incentives or initiatives. That's something that's really, really big for me and keen to me.
Sure. Well, we're definitely aware in this room of the importance of the forest industry in our state, where it is a certain impact on the forest industry, just like it is every business, where it's hard to find a workforce, and trying to find efficiencies and better training to provide a better person that's going to help contribute to that industry. And so one of the things that they'll be tasked with is working to try to find ways to be more efficient in that industry, and try to find, from the logistics standpoint, trying ways to get products to the mill and from the mill. Now, you're in South Alabama. You're well aware that sometimes the mills will be in location, we'll have products in location, and sometimes our infrastructure doesn't support the most efficient way to get those areas to and from in the shortest distance. And so we've done some legislation in this body to try to address our infrastructure needs, where it starts at the top, working our way down as far as population. This is, in essence, will start sort of at the bottom of where our less populated areas. We have rural areas in all 67 counties. So anyone will be subject and available to apply for these funds when we find a good funding source, and that's the goal. So
we hadn't quite got to the point of finding the funding source yet.
Well, the forest industry is very responsible and good stewards of state funds, and process trying to find the best way to be the funding model for this. It always found ways where there'd be another incentive program that's impacted or may roll over to a fund, and we just want to make sure attached.
Yes, sir. And this deals with the infrastructure as far as the bridges, and also deals with a workforce development component. The reason why I asked, my dad a long time ago drove, I guess he would be like a paper mill truck, or I don't know what pulp wood, something. I don't know what it was, but it was some type of truck that hauled logs and things like that. Is it because those trucks are operating on the state highways and using the roads and bridges is why we're looking to do this?
Well, there's a lot of county roads where, for instance, I grew up in a rural area, and we can always move some of the equipment just for the farm I grew up on. We have trouble moving a combine to one area just because the county bridge will not support the weight of it. So I have to go way out of the way to get there. And so this is try to find efficiencies. And, there was a case where a new mill wanted to open in Alabama. They plugged in where they needed to be, and they looked all the way around and looked at the holes and gaps in the infrastructure, and they would be a hindrance to move those products back and forth to the mill, and then for finished product out to the consumer.
That's amazing. I just learned something new. I know, like, when a lot of retail establishments locate in different areas, they will look at the disposable income of those areas and look at the median household income to see if those communities can sustain whatever business it is that they're bringing to those areas. So what you're saying is, like, when a mill comes in and wants to locate in a particular area, they look the same way at the infrastructure to make sure that the infrastructure is in place to to give them the service that they need for ingress, degress?
Well, that's certainly one of the components. And when we're talking about rural Alabama, this is really a push to all rural development, not just for forestry, where if you make an improvement in a rural area, where you can have some transient on a bridge or passageway that may not have normally been used, that opens up that area to where it could find other development. So there'll be benefits. And when we make a straighter path with these vehicles to and from the mill, that's less wear and tear going out of the way on our other highways. Right. It makes safer transportation for our families and friends that are out there on the roadways. So it's just be a benefit any way we can to try to make that the shortest path possible. And that will be one of the goals of trying to find ways to do that.
I couldn't agree more. And the more I think about it, you know, a lot of school buses in some areas have to also take longer routes because of the similar situation where it may not be as safe to travel across some of the bridges and things like that, which will be very similar, I would think, to this situation. So it's kind of like it creates a better quality of life for everybody involved. The entire community, especially some of those vehicles with more axles, more weight capacity and things like that, being able to come in and out at a much shorter route.
Well, definitely, you know, school buses that go through our rural areas, if this is we find a way to do a funding model to help those rural areas, there certainly will be some efficiencies and some safety standards. There'll be savings all around in our rural areas. And again, all 67 counties would have an area that would qualify for looking at these type of programs.
Yeah. I think it's a great bill. If you don't mind me asking, how did you get involved with this process? Because this is a really good bill, and it appears that they wanted a heavy hitter to bring the bill. You're a heavy hitter.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just joking.
Anytime somebody picked the rules chair or the rules chair carry legislation, it's kind of like, this bill's pretty much going to get on the calendar and, you know.
Well, I didn't pick it for the calendar.
Yes, sir.
And I was involved in this legislation last year.
Okay.
Before I was rules chairman, I've got a degree in agriculture, grew up on a farm.
From Auburn.
Understand the forestry industry. Auburn has a forestry school, so these foresters pumping out of our College of Forestry need jobs in the industry. There's a huge impact from just the area that I've seen in East Alabama. So I see the need, and we've worked well to try to find solutions to help that industry. And and honored to be considered. I don't think it has anything to do. That's just kind of where it's at. There's a lot heavier hitters out there.
Not many. Not many. But you know what I do appreciate. You know, my daughter graduated from pharmacy school at Auburn Monday last week, and I appreciate you, you know, being there, you know, for her while she was in Auburn. That was a big deal for us, and allowing us to park, you know, at your house when we moved her in. And it's been a long journey, but she made it.
Well, congratulations. I know you're very proud of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I was looking back at a picture of you and her. I may have to share it with you where y'all, I don't know if it was what do they call it? The meeting that y'all have with the students?
Drafts on the tracks.
Yes, drafts on the tracks. Yeah. And we call it something else in Mobile, but yeah.
Beignets on the bay, maybe. I'm not sure.
What'd you say?
Beignets by the bay, I guess.
No, it had drafts in it too, but thank you for that. And I saw that, and you know, they speak real high of you. And thanks for what you do for those students and for being just a good person in allowing us to have that opportunity, you know, because when you're in an area that you're not familiar with, you know, the one thing about being in this body is that you have a man or woman that you're affiliated with in every part of the state of Alabama that you should be able to pick up the phone and call in a time of need. So I appreciate you. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to discuss this bill. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Question for the body is now adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 104 yeas. The BIR is adopted. Now the question for the body is adoption of the sub by Ways and Means. Clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, no nays. The substitute is adopted. Question now before the body's final.
Ms. Hall.
Amendment. You had an amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you yield? I have an amendment.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Hall. The clerk will receive the amendment.
Thank you. So the
Amendment to House Bill number 189 by Representative Hall.
Yes, if you look on page 4, line 98, but add the following information: and the forest product industry. 6, coordinate its appointment to the advisory committee to assure that the committee membership is inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographical, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. That's the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the approval of the amendment.
I appreciate Ms. Hall bringing this, and Mr. Speaker, I'd call this a friendly amendment.
We're good.
I've got 2 lights.
You have 2 what? 2 lights. Sorry.
Not on the amendment. Mr. Hurst, are you on the amendment? Question now before the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote.
Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 ayes, no nays. The amendment's adopted. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Mr. Hurst.
Mr. Chairman, I like the concept of what you're doing. I just want to get 1 or 2 things cleared up. That this, what they're doing is they're generating money to make some repairs on these bridges to bear the load of the trucking industry or the log, et cetera, to get across. My question is this: how do they make the determination on who gets the money to repair these roads? Because with 67 counties, you're going to have thousands of bridges that need repairing.
The concept we worked with is the county commissions would have the opportunity to apply for a grant for bridges that are identified that would meet qualifications that are going to be set by the Forestry Commission through this committee we're establishing of what the most impact, but not just on the products, but where it's based, closest to mill, and try to find a way to move forward so every county has a chance to apply through their county commissioners.
Okay, next question. Is this just in the county or is it also in any of the city limits incorporated areas?
This is for the rural, so what's considered rural areas.
Okay. All right, like I said, I won't ask some more questions. I just know it being a commissioner for several years, there was a real problem on keeping the bridges up when you couldn't get over it. And it wasn't just the logging trucks. I'm not picking on them, but school buses, other, and then you got it closed down where kids couldn't get to school. I'd like to think that they're going to give some priority to that too, just hopefully.
Certainly. Well, I think one of the positive impacts will be school buses affected, people getting to work, shortened trips. I think overall it'll be safety. And these are bridges that would never be on the list because there's just not the money available. It's no fault of anyone, but working from the bottom, try to find ways to improve. If we do one a year, that's one less that needs to be addressed. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Jefferson, Ms. Moore. Members, let me remind you, when you're recognized by the chair, you do not have to ask if the other person yields. You've been recognized, therefore you have the right to speak and do not have to ask the other person if they yield.
I tell y'all, please yield.
And the reason I'm gonna ask, will you yield? Because you might not want to answer any questions I got. So I'm gonna ask you, will you yield?
Potentially.
Only that one thing I was concerned about, because there is a certain amount of matching funds these counties have to have. Now, my question is suppose, you know, within these rural counties, a lot of time they just don't generate the monies to have matching funds. So will there be a separate fund that they could tap into if they don't have the matching dollars?
Well, this will be, once we determine a good path to have funds that we can access. And one purpose of this group we're establishing will be designing that application process. So that
Okay.
it may be where we can fully fund some bridges 100%. It may
Okay.
be through matching programs, but the whole goal is to make the repairs, make the replacements. So what that looks like may be different. Some areas have different requirements as far as matching funds. So,
Okay.
So whatever that'll be part of what they work on is the best process, not just from the industry, but from the county's perspective, from the commission and from the Forestry Commission's standpoint, just to try to find ways to
make it
access
happen.
Sure, the whole path is to try to make it easier. So
Because that's what I was concerned with, because if they got to make application, and if part of the application requires them to have matching funds, and they don't have it, then we could result in those areas that need it most will be pushed on down to the bottom of the list. But since we're looking at, this is the same, once this is passed, you'll be looking at different mechanisms to make sure that the ones that's in need, that everybody get their needs addressed.
Well, as we have urban sprawl in our state, a lot of our infrastructure is impacted as our cities grow. But what this will impact is areas where the cities and municipalities aren't growing as fast in that area.
Oh, that'll be Birmingham.
Targeted. So could be. There's parts of Birmingham that will qualify.
Yeah, because we got some parts that they do a lot of logging out in the county, I mean, toward Maytown and places like that. I've gone there and they're doing, and when they're have those big logging trucks and the roads are so narrow. And I've said, well, they got to do something, because if they have a spill or something, like someone said earlier, that traffic is held up all day almost, because those roads need to be wide and the bridges need to be a little more sturdy. So it's a lot that happens in that area that I notice where they do a lot of logging.
Well, and one thing that we haven't talked much about is part of this goal is to try to make sure when you see that log truck in the road, you have a well-trained driver.
Yes.
And a well-trained loader that loaded the logs on that truck, and that is having the best equipment possible to be able to travel that roadway in a safe way for everyone. So
Well, I appreciate it, because if in the process we're looking at county for county and not necessarily lumping them all in one, whether they've got the funds or not, but making a way that we can have some impact on every county that's in need, which is all of them, I know. But but whatever extent they are, we're able to address it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Mr. Fort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative.
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask you a few questions, because I'm going to vote for this bill, because the logging business in my district is a huge business. I stayed not far from that meat coated mill in Cotton, Alabama, for 19 miles, and all day long, trucks is going. But I speak from being a former county commissioner back in the days, back in the 80s when I was a former county commissioner. We had trouble with the loggers tearing the roads up, bridges were messed up. But technology has changed a lot of things since back in the 80s. these trucks is, they don't tab road like they used to for some reason. They got these big machines out there bring them to a certain spot where you can load at. I go out there and watch them sometimes. When I used to put wood, I used to put wood in a sawmill too. You know how we used to load it, don't you?
Oh, yeah, sir.
All right, you don't know about it. You heard about it. Well, they tore up everything back in those days, but they don't tap a whole lot now. But I got some friends driving a log truck and they make more money, more money than I do. So there's a lot of money in the logging business now, and the paper mill was on strike back here a few weeks ago in Cotton. They never did stop. I said, well, they on strike. What they log pile up high this building? So look, we don't want to do nothing to hurt this farmer. We won't do nothing to hurt the logging business. So I hope everybody here vote for this bill, because you helping the Polk County. I keep bringing it up and come from a Polk County. I don't think I'm the only one in here and come from a Polk County though. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Chair recognizes the representative from Clark County, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the recognition. First, I want to commend the gentleman for bringing this legislation. Secondly, I want to thank all of you who voted for my bill, and I wasn't here to talk on it. And those of you who prayed for us this morning. I met the speaker on the way in, and the concerns that he had for me and for my family. I want to say to my colleagues, my wife is doing well. Disoriented this morning. You know, you wake up sometimes. She had brain surgery back in January. Had a grapefruit-sized tumor removed from the right hemisphere. And she's been recovering remarkably. I should say miraculously. She has a little problem with her left arm, but for some reason she was kind of confused about something. And you don't play, and I didn't play. I just took the emergency room, and they didn't know what to do. But they communicated with the doctors in Birmingham that did the surgery, and thank you for the steroids, medication they had her kind of off this morning, but her daughter's with her now, Kimberly, and they're doing well. And I think she's more excited about grandchildren coming home for Memorial Day than anything else. I think that's what got her offset. But we're grateful and thank you all for your prayers. But I want to say, as I relate to the last speaker, this legislation is great legislation from the timber industry and for forestry in particularly. But back then, they was tearing up the roads, you know. But now this is going to help alleviate that problem. We had axle weight that we upgraded the axle weight on those trucks so they could went overweighted. I remember back in the early 2000, like maybe 2006, 7, 2005. Aaliyah was parked outside the loading gate. So when they came out of the woods, they had to get on the scales. And so to keep us from having these ruts and carrying up the asphalt. But I always told them that we never built roads in Alabama like they build them in Europe. Now, they don't have to replace or repair their roads like we do here because they build them thick and deep, concrete, then asphalt. But we just put a little asphalt and the bed is not where it should be. That's why it keeps dropping. But I want to thank you for bringing this legislation, and it's going to help a lot of people. All these paper mills and pulp mills I got within 5 within my district. And he's talking about from one county, I got 5 poor counties that I'm trying to represent. And most of them are timber and logging, or they have paper mills. So we appreciate you. Now, question, how did my bill get on the special order this morning?
Well, it was a good bill. You talked to me about it, explained parts of it. I came and visited with you, and so it was able to be picked and move forward. So
Thank you. And I want to thank you and thank the rules and thank my colleague, Representative McCammon, for handling it, because he didn't know what was going on with me not being here this morning. I did communicate with our.
He did a professional job, and appreciate the great report, and glad to hear it on your wife.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of House Bill 189 as substituted amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, no nays. Bills gives final passage. Chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee County, Mr. Lovern.
Thank you,
For a
Mr.
motion.
Speaker. Appreciate everyone's help with that last bill. And I would like to announce that Rules Committee will meet right now in room 617. Rules Committee in room 617. Thank you.
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 61 of the calendar, House Bill number 229 with substitute by Representative England relating to crimes and offenses.
I love you. I love you, Pete.
Mr. England?
Thank you for the recognition. House Bill 229 is a really simple, non-controversial piece of legislation. I don't appreciate the laughter. I don't. To save time, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to talk about the substitute. When I initially approached this bill, I know it was the best idea in the world, and all my colleagues messed it up. But no, throughout the process, I started off with the bill and I worked with Representative Bedsole. And through that process, Representative Bedsole added several amendments that I think made it a better bill, including making sure that the victim is notified and has an opportunity to speak to these motions. And also, the judge is required to give weight to that testimony. He also added an amendment to make sure that local law enforcement is notified. He also added an amendment to make sure that district attorney's office is notified, and also added an amendment to make sure that if there was a weapon used in the triggering offense, that the judge is to give considerable weight to that testimony. And you know, I think he made it a better bill. I also worked with the Attorney General's office, and he added their office added several components, including in order to be eligible for this review, you had to serve at least 23 years in prison. And also it's sunset. So after 5 years, it goes away on its own. As it stands, this population is 300 people. And this review process requires them to not have been convicted of anything, a sexual offense, something that a physical injury occurred, or murder. So what it does is it limits the population to 300 or so individuals, creates a review opportunity for them, not in Montgomery, but actually where the offense occurred. And after 5 years, this review goes away, so there's no permanent change to habitual offender or life without parole. So with that, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mr. Bracey.
Uh-oh.
Oh. They're so used to getting cut off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Of course.
You know, this is how legislation works. I mean, one of the things that you mentioned is Representative Betso.
Yeah.
And some of the amendments to make legislation better. And, you know, I think this is how legislation works. We don't have all the ideas. We don't have all the answers. And to be able to have this dialogue to make these pieces better. You also mentioned you spoke to the AG's office and others to get us in a good place. You know, sometimes we're not always afforded that opportunity. Right. And, you know, so it's good to see that this is one of those bills that probably when it make it through the process, it'll end up being a very good bill because you had a lot of people around the table. You decided to sunset it after 5 years. You put a lot of work and thought and effort into making it the best possible and not cutting people out of the process.
Yeah.
And so often people are cut out of the process and then we end up with not so good legislation. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
The gentleman that brought, I serve on many committees with him.
Yeah.
And he's always, it's sensible stuff. He's always bringing in insight about this is what I think we should do. This is how this should look. And it's always really legitimate conversation, which makes me feel comfortable in the substitute because I know that he operates a lot of times, in my opinion, in the best interest of the citizens of Alabama, and so do you. You know, just about. I mean, I can't think of another time that you don't. You know, you've always been that person. So,
and I just want to say, at times, Betso worked as hard on this bill as I did, and for what it's worth, you have your own legislation. And oftentimes you're working through the process and you're focused as hard as you can on getting your bills passed. And when somebody else comes and you got some special expertise or some concern for a piece of legislation, and you're willing to take your time away from what you're working on to invest time in making a bill better, or at least making sure that your position is heard and respected, I mean, that's how the process is supposed to work.
Right. That's how it's supposed to work. And it cuts out on a lot of tension that could be out here and a lot of anger that takes place out here. And a lot of times people feel that their voices are not heard and they feel like they're being silenced. It cuts a lot of that out because people are able to kind of work some of this stuff out behind the scenes. And then when they come out here, you can come out, yes, you have the original bill, but then you come out with a substitute to say, hey, you know, we have the original bill, but we also have another document that we think is even better than the original bill that I myself thought of. But because we were able to work together and work through this process, you know, we created something that I think everybody could live with, you know, and I think that's what appears to be what happened with this legislation. And it's a big person for you to even be open to even doing that.
Well, I mean, and, you know, for what it's worth, also, the fact is the decorum, the attitude, the effort, and just the respect that it shows your colleague when you're able to go to them beforehand, before it becomes a shouting match on the floor, or we're hurling insults back and forth with each other or whatever. When we're able to sit down and have a conversation about a bill and actually come together and create something together, it's great. But the thing that signifies to me that the process worked is because I'm not as happy as I was with the bill I introduced.
Right.
You know, and oftentimes when you compromise on something, you don't get everything you want. But if you got a core principle and a core idea that you're trying to get to, and you whittle it down to some common accord, oftentimes legislation you produce is more, you know, monumental than say, I got a bill, I got the numbers, I'm just going to pass something.
Right. And you're exactly right. Because so oftentimes when we in the minority have bills like this, our bills are hijacked. And even though we're sponsoring the bills, they really become something else, not the intent that we had. But the fact that even though this is your bill, it still has a lot of the intent that you had in place, but still respected the other people throughout the process. That made it a big deal because, you know, sometimes our bills can get amended or substituted and it makes us say, you know what, I don't even want my bill to pass no more. But in this case, that's not the case.
Well, and I can also acknowledge, and you know, I may be a little too aggressive at times. You know, bill might be a little too long. It might try to take on too many topics, or maybe tries to go too far too fast. And again, that's also another part of this process. It's supposed to be the hardest thing in the world to do is to pass legislation.
Right. It shouldn't be easy.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be easy at all. I mean, it just reminds me of I'm Just a Bill. You remember that little song?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be easy. You know, the more I think about that first bill on the calendar today, I don't know if that should pass. after it was shared, one was shared with me, and I tasted it, I was like,
well, you know, but I got to say though, for the first time in my career in a long time, I can say that the Attorney General's office helped me with a bill. Like, you know, because, you know, over the years we've been kind of at odds on different things. So I can, for the first time in a long time, I can say that the AG's office actually put amendments on my bill, and I can't say they support it, but they're neutral. So
Okay.
yeah. That's like I need to get a T-shirt made with that on it. AG's office is neutral. At the same time, I just actually enjoy the opportunity that we get when we come down here to the microphone and actually have a discussion about legislation.
Yes, sir.
And also the freedom to say, you know, I'm for something or I'm against something or I'll offer an amendment to something. I think that's the best part of the process. Maybe because I like to talk. You know, some people say lawyers get paid to talk. I don't. Faulkner does. I don't.
Yeah.
But it's the best part of the process to me when we get to go back and forth and talk about our bills. And you know, that's like on those days when we get the beta stopped or shut down or something like that. Those are some of the worst days for me here. Really are.
I think with those fourth graders being here today, this would have been a great bill for them to see the art of compromise all the way through through the process. And even with one, even with the governor, because we talked about the legislative process and we talked about the judicial process with a bill maybe being unconstitutional. But the thing that we left out, we talked about the executive branch with the governor signing the bill into law, but we never discussed the executive amendment process. So that's going to be something that's going to be interesting that I thought would have been really interesting for those fourth graders to see how they're studying Alabama history and they could get a little lesson on all three branches of the Alabama government and how they can all come into play, whether the governor signs, vetoes something, or, you know, just put a governor's amendment on it and how we could either accept the amendment or override it. It's just a real process that I think the students would have really been able to enjoy today.
You know, but I'm thinking though, I got about 4 bills and subcommittees all over the State House. I need to start carrying Bensel with me everywhere I go.
Yeah, Bensel can get it done, man.
Maybe so.
And I worked together really well on a previous committee that we were on together, but I'm not sure why he requested to, where is it? He requested to be removed from one of the committees. He don't want to talk about it. Thank you for the legislation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Mr. Bedsole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I feel like partially I need to come up here and defend my reputation.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes people say nice things about you, they can just ruin you.
Maybe it went a little bit too far is maybe what I was thinking. You know, in some regards, I thought to myself that I might have been one of the most unlikely people to want to work on this. You know, here I am at the beginning of the session, introduced a bill that would cut good time for our inmates. And I certainly understand the opposition that received from you. You spent a lot of time up here that day speaking with me about that. And I understand certainly those in your party that objected to it as well. So on one hand, I'm the guy who's wanting to keep people in prison longer. And maybe I've earned that title there. But on the other hand, you know, as you and I sat down and looked at this bill, that I saw an opportunity on a very narrowly defined group of people. But we did come to the compromise point where I certainly insisted on some things. And so, you know, just kind of working through that a little bit. One of the things I insisted on is that the victims had a voice here. And would you say that through this process, the victims have a voice as a part of this amendment?
Absolutely. Not only do they have to be notified, but they also get the opportunity to speak. And the judge, by law, is required to give that testimony considerable weight. So beyond all the other factors, the judge has to take that into special consideration.
Okay, perfect. And I agree. And I think that is something that we've worked hard to craft that language. The next piece is a career law enforcement professional. I wanted to ensure that the agency that investigated the crime, that they were at least aware that this was coming up for the possibility of resentencing. And I think we accomplished that here too, correct?
Yeah. A bill requires that local law enforcement office has to be notified if this is a motion is filed and any sort of resolution to it. So, yeah.
And then I think the biggest piece for me was that idea of a use of a weapon during the commission of a crime. And I wanted to be careful here to make sure that we had a chance. And I say we, I should actually say that the judge had a chance to take a look at the case file and with a critical eye decide that what level that the gun participated in the crime, so to speak. And I think we have good language here that instructs the judge on how to take a weighted consideration on the use of a firearm in the crime.
Just like the victims, you have to place considerable weight on whether or not a weapon was used and how it was used. And to be honest with you, this process itself is more exhaustive than parole, certainly more exhaustive than mandatory release. This is actually, if you wanted to say, like what a process should look like, well, this is it. Victims' testimony is given considerable weight. Whether or not the weapon was used and how it was used is given considerable weight. Law enforcement is notified, which just recently we've noticed that doesn't happen all the time.
Right.
So this process is more exhaustive than, say, what parole is currently. So, and those are all things that you, with your grace and your mercy, work with me on to make sure that those different organizations and those people were recognized and their opinions respected. And I can't say enough how much I appreciate you working on that.
Yeah, and it was my pleasure because I think when I was elected to be a voice for some of those people who didn't feel like they had a voice. And that's why the offenders having the victims having an ability to have a seat at the table, so to speak, when it comes to this was very important for me. And there's been one thing here, when we've had bills that has taken away judicial discretion, has always been something that I didn't feel like that as the legislative branch that we should have gotten into that area. And we dipped our toe into that a little bit last year. But what I thought was very unique about this opportunity was we're actually creating an opportunity for that judicial discretion to take place here, because we've created a path. We've narrowly defined the group of eligible people, but we're creating that path for a judge, the original judge of jurisdiction, to exercise his or her judicial discretion on if they want to even hear this again. And if so, they can decide on the sentencing part. And so that's what's so great about this, I think.
And also, it's back in the jurisdiction where it occurred, so these folks know about where they come from, where they're going, and any other, and also the judge takes into consideration what happened while they were incarcerated. So I think through this process, we created an exhaustive review to where a judge could look at it and say, you know what? No. And if the judge refuses or doesn't, or says no, or denies the motion, that's it. There's no appeal. There's no second chance at it. It happens one time and that's it. So, I mean, this is about as far as dealing with the population that we're talking about, this is about as measured a approach as you can get that will get to a certain specific population, create a review, create restraints, and possibly get at a population that's aging and could cost us more over the long run. So I think this is about as reasonable and a measured approach as you can get.
Because this is a group of individuals that at this point will have nearly served 24 years of their sentence, right?
Yeah, at least.
And you recall where we started with this bill. There was a minimum age and a minimum years of there's
50's the new 30.
Yeah.
Just don't you to keep that in mind.
And this was the Second Chance Elder Review Act, and it was 50 years of age. I'm not sure that any of us who are close to 50 or age around there think that that's elderly. So.
I do.
Absolutely. Well, anyway, I won't take up any more of your time. Just wanted to make sure, since my name was invoked here a few times, that those items were
all good things. All good things.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes a representative from Jefferson County, Representative Moore.
At the end of section H on 6 that says that this section shall be repealed 5 years after the effective date of the act, adding this section. So what happens after then?
Now, once it just goes away, this pathway that we've created temporarily exists for 5 years. It gives you 5 years to file a motion, have it considered, and then have a judge's determination. So once the 5 years goes, this goes away.
That pathway goes away?
Yeah.
With no intent, if it's successful, or reinstating it?
No, well, my hope is that we find a bunch of individuals that are more than their worst moment.
Right.
And the examples that we create motivate us to possibly create additional pathways where we identify other individuals who are similarly situated, and give them the same opportunity. Unfortunately, because of the laws we changed with habitual offender and also with life without parole, when you were convicted can be much more important than what you were convicted of.
Right.
Meaning somebody, there are people who've matriculated through the system who have done things more serious than the people that are serving life without parole.
That's right.
That have gone in and gone out, while these individuals, just based on the fact that at times we thought sometimes we thought that certain offenses were violent offenses and there weren't. We've reclassified offenses. We've changed the calculation of life without parole. We've also changed what's included with habitual offender, that some of these folks, if we were back prior to 2000, likely would have gotten out already.
Right.
So this identifies, I think, appropriately identifies that population and gives them one more opportunity for review. And again, if the judge says no, that's it.
Okay.
There's no appeal. There's nothing else you can do.
And I could appreciate that. Another reason I came forth, because my colleague, I believe, Mr. Bracey, that talked about the number of people that work with you to make this bill better. And that's something I'm talking about all the time. And it's happened once this session, probably since 2010, it's happened only once. And it's sad to say that a body that makes laws, yet we can't come together and reason together when one person might think that something in that piece of legislation could be made better. But it seems as though this body that used to be about people in this state has become more about something else. So I just appreciate you having a willing spirit to want to work on a bill, because some people, especially Mr. Bledsoe, had some concerns. And that's what we're supposed to be about. And I appreciate you doing it. And I would hope and pray that the rest of us that have bills, when we come up to this microphone, we're not coming just to destroy your bill, but a lot of times it impacts the people that we represent and where we live differently from where it impacts people where you live. So we try to make it a compromise and would like the opportunity to make bills to the point that we could compromise where it would benefit the people that we represent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. John, does it pass? BR is adopted. Mr. England.
All right. I spent the last few minutes talking about the substitute. So I'm willing to take on any questions. If not, move for adoption of the sub.
Question for the body's adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 83 yeas, 17 nays. The substitute is adopted.
And if there are no further questions, I move for final passage.
Question now before the body's final passage of HB 299 is substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
A lot more red up there.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 64 yeas, 37 nays. The bill gives final passage.
Right.
Clerk, call the next bill in the
Thank you,
special order
members.
calendar.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 154 with substitute by Senator Barfoot relating to the driver's license.
Chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Wadsworth from Winston County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 154, Senator Barfoot and Coleman's bill, what it does is currently a judge has the authority to suspend a driver's license if a person fails to pay, there's a payment plan set up and they fail to pay after one time. And that's under Alabama Rules of Criminal Procedure. And what this bill does, it says that they have to miss 3 or more payments before they can suspend their driver's license. The bill also has a provision dealing with failure to appear in court. Currently, under Administrative Code 760-X-1.12, it provides that a judge has the authority to suspend the driver's license if a person fails to appear in court one time. This bill says that the failure to appear in court, if it's more than one time, that's when the judge can suspend the license. Now, it does still give the judges the authority to not suspend the license because there's a provision in here that says they may suspend. But essentially what the bill does, it makes it where if they miss one, more than one time in court, then their license can be suspended if a judge chooses. And if they fail, if a payment plan is set up and they miss 3 or more times, then their license potentially can be suspended, but a judge still has the authority not to do that. And I do have an amendment on one part of it. It's more of a technical amendment. And what the amendment does is it replaces lines 38 through 39 and changes it. Just uses the word reinstatement fee. But the bill is designed to, in a situation where you have somebody who failed to come to court, maybe because they didn't get notice or something happened, that the court can't suspend them after one time, but they can suspend them after more than one time. And the failure to pay has to be 3 or more times. And as far as on the amendment, I'm going to offer the amendment.
Get the BIR first, Representative.
We'll ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes.
I think this is a good bill. For some reason, it seems to be some confusion with the bill because I think this will give judges more latitude, correct?
They still have the latitude because there's a provision in here that uses the term may.
Right. But for some reason, it seems like I could recall last week where a few judges from our area were concerned because they was thinking that this would help create a backlog in their already clogged system, but it actually helps to relieve some of the backlog, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
I don't think it has any impact on the backlog because basically what it comes down to, sometimes, like for example, on your driver's license, notice if you got a notice from a driver's license and notice is sent out based on the driver's license, they'll only send it to a physical address, while sometimes people have PO boxes.
Right.
And if they send it to the address on the driver's license, then the person won't get notice.
Right, but this gives the judges the opportunity to not suspend license as much as they traditionally would have, right?
The only impact it has on the judges still have the authority to not suspend a driver's license if they miss several times or they fail to pay several times. They can still not send the notice in because the provision under page 1 says, notwithstanding any of the provision, a judge may on the order. And I think what that does, that gives the judge the authority to make a decision whether or not they want to suspend that person's driver's license or not.
Right. So the may in this situation is really important because it's giving the person the authority, even though they have the failure to appear and things like that, it's giving them the authority to still be able to use their driver's license to go to work and hopefully be able to take care of those obligations that they've been neglecting. Is that correct?
That's correct. And one of the things that I looked up, because I didn't really know the answer, was what authority does a judge have to suspend a driver's license anyway? And in looking it up, basically what it comes down to is that there's Alabama Rules of Criminal Procedure 26.11 has a provision in there that gives the judge authority after a conviction in a payment schedule set up, gives them the authority to suspend a license under that section. Now the failure to appear is governed by an administrative code section, and that's the 760-X-1-.12. That gives the judge the authority if someone fails to come to court. That gives them the authority to suspend their license for failure to appear.
Okay. And you talked about, so it was 6 times and it changed to 3, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a negotiation with the Attorney General's office on this issue, and originally it was 6. It was what the bill was originally introduced. Then it went to 2. Then it went to 4. But then the Attorney General's office, is my understanding, they then came back and said they would only, it has to be 3 on that.
And that seemed pretty fair. It just shows you another bill that's going to end up being a good piece of legislation that people have had an opportunity to work together on and compromise and get some expertise from some different areas. Because I'm sure even though the AG's office weighed in on it, I'm also sure the judges weighed in some and some others. And you appear to be very knowledgeable by being able to cite the different code sections affiliated with this legislation.
Yeah.
So you've done even your own fair share of homework on this legislation as well to make sure that it's a good bill, a good product in the end.
I'll be honest with you, I wish it had been maybe 4 or more.
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes people, when they on a payment plan, they can't make it, but what this does, this makes it 3 or more.
Right.
And I'd like to have a little bit more, but this was a compromise and
I agree with you. And I guess having it at 3 and including May gives some type of latitude.
I don't think it takes away the judge's discretion.
Right.
Because under that section on page 1, I think that's fine. And, you know, even if their license does get suspended, they can get back, they have to pay a reinstatement fee, but they can get back their license. Because, you know, to me, the way it works is you want people paying if they don't have a license, they can't go get, they're going to get caught. And if they get caught, they're going to get additional suspensions of license and all that stuff.
They just kind of compound things and it creates a much bigger problem financially and as far as getting your license back and some other things later on.
Yeah. And I'll give you an example. Like the failure to appear, I had a client of mine that actually was arrested for failure to appear, but we ended up finding out that he had a P.O. box and the license, driver's license, had a physical address, and the notice was sent out to his physical address. So he didn't, but the court system takes the position that the clerk's office needs to, it's the defendant's responsibility to make sure the clerk's office knows what their driver's license address, what their address is. Because if you get arrested and they take your driver's license and it's a physical address, but you have a P.O. box, it's on that defendant to notify the clerk's office what his mailing address would be so they can get proper notice.
Okay, I can understand that. For some reason, I would think that if it's dealing with the courts, that it should be more like certified.
Yeah, they just send regular notice.
They send regular mail.
Yeah.
Especially if you get to where you have a couple of failure to appears, and it may appear because people know when it's a P.O. box, right? So it's kind of like, you know, they know when they send it out. I know some things are computer generated, so I guess maybe they wouldn't know.
And some people don't really have a lot of good addresses either. You know, sometimes they bounce from place to place, or maybe they're staying with their mother's house, but their mail's coming to a different location,
right,
and they miss it because of that.
Yeah, because I know especially in when you think about failure to appears and suspended driver's license, a lot of that happens to poorer people that get into those situations, and a lot of them may be renters. A lot of them may move in and out of the house with their parents, may stay with a girlfriend from time to time. It may be different situations where that person is kind of moving around, but their primary address is kind of like at mom and them house. That's where I try to get as much of my mail as possible because I really don't have a true residence.
But judges take the position that it's on that defendant to make sure the clerk's office knows what their address this is. And if for some reason they don't do that, this gives them a little bit of leeway, but it's still pretty tight.
That's not a lot, but I do see where they are still giving them some opportunities. You know, sometimes I've heard, and I don't know if this is here, but where a person may have a suspended driver's license, but they allow them to drive maybe to work and back home. Are you familiar with something like that?
I am, and really, we didn't used to have that. The judges didn't have the authority to give somebody a driver's license. Now, I'm licensed in Mississippi. Mississippi, they can be given a work permit by the judge, but in Alabama, you can get a temporary license to go to work, but you've got to go through the Department of Public Safety to do that.
Okay.
And it's very limited.
Yes, sir. And I can see it being some real tight reasons to be able to have something like that. Because I guess you would want it to be the person can have them or not have them, you know, and it's a real thin line of people that's able to do this. But overall, I definitely think it's a good piece of legislation. I know it took some time to get it worked to this point. I'm hoping that the judges over in Baldwin County are a little bit more comfortable with this legislation right now, because I think initially they kind of misinterpreted, because if you look at the synopsis in the bill, it just seemed like two different things. And if you just look at one of them, it'll kind of give you the wrong impression of the true identity of the.
Well, I'll say this, their authority actually comes from an administrative code.
And the gentleman's time has expired. The question for the body is adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 87 ayes, 6 nays, 5 abstentions. The BR has passed. Representative Wadsworth.
We've got one technical amendment. What it is on page.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Is this a committee amendment or a floor?
A floor amendment.
Clerk receive the amendment.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, have we got a committee sub? That's the question.
Yes.
Okay, let's do the committee sub first, Tim.
Okay.
Then we'll go back to the floor. You want to explain the committee sub for us?
The committee sub, the original bill that came out had 6 or more missed payments. This committee subs has 3 or more. And there was more failure to appears that were allowed, but in this particular bill, it narrows it down to just to 1. That's the 2 major changes on this bill.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the bill. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 94 ayes, 2 nays, 3 abstentions. The committee sub has passed. Representative Wadsworth.
And we've got the amendment.
Floor, clerk receive amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 154 by Representative Wadsworth.
On page 2, in explaining what it is, on lines 38 through 39, it currently reads in the bill, reinstatement fee as set by the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency by rule. And what this does, it just changes that to just reinstatement fee, period.
Heard the explanation of the bill. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 90 ayes, 9 nays, 3 abstentions. The floor amendment has passed. Representative Wadsworth.
If there's not any other questions, move for final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I pushed the speak button a little bit behind. Can you explain the floor amendment a little better?
The floor amendment, on page 2, it says we're replacing lines 38 through 39. And what 38 and 39 basically say is that payment, you get basically reinstatement, and then it says by payment of a reinstatement fee, period. The bill in the sub says as set by the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency by rule. And it's, my understanding is they don't establish that. That's set by a different method.
Okay, so this just, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it just puts a period right here and deletes from as said by the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency Bureau, because I don't think they do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Chairman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1 minute, tell me now, after all the amendments, where did we land?
We land, if you fail, judges have discretion to suspend driver's license. But if a defendant misses 3 or more payments, then they have the authority to suspend the driver's license. But if they miss 1 payment or 2 payments, then they can't suspend the driver's license. Now, on the failure to appear, right now, it's if you miss 1 time, a judge can suspend your driver's license.
Fail to appear from a ticket or arrest?
Yeah, from court.
Court, what kind of?
Yeah, if they give notice to court, like for a speeding ticket, you got to appear. And if you fail to appear.
Why would they have to appear in court? And I'm not an attorney. Why would they have to appear in court for a speeding ticket?
It's because they have an option most of the time is to go ahead and pay the speeding ticket. And if they don't pay the speeding ticket, they have to come to court and contest the ticket.
Well, they've already made the decision not to pay. So it seems to me if they've decided not to pay, then they should show up for court.
That's correct. Right now.
But now, if they don't show up for court the first time, now we're saying they can show up. They're not what?
Well, they can still issue an arrest warrant, for them.
Today.
Yeah, after.
Why would we want to change that? Because, I mean, they've already decided they're not going to pay.
Well,
now they're going to fight it in court, but yet they don't want to show up in court. Why would we do that?
Well, sometimes, like for example, your driver's license, the clerk's office sends out notice to where a person, what's the date and time the person's supposed to appear. But they base it on the driver's license. If your driver's license has a physical address, but if you have a P.O. box, it'll go to that physical address, and you're not going to get notice. But judges take the position that it's up to the defendant to notify the clerk's office of their proper address.
Don't you think if I had decided I'm not going to pay, that I'd make dang sure I knew when to show up for court?
Unless you just didn't get notice. Sometimes people live at mama's address, sometimes they don't, but it just gives them one opportunity. And a lot of times courts, the way they are now, if you don't show the first time, they just send another notice, another court date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman. Question for the body is final passage of SB 154. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 87 ayes, 14 nays. SB 154 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 166 by Senator Gavan, relating to economic development and tourism.
Chairman Wadsworth. Witt. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 166, this bill will only impact Class 3 municipalities, which is the cities of Huntsville and Montgomery. This legislation would allow for the creation of a business improvement districts or tourism improvement districts within these two cities. Currently, Birmingham and Mobile have the capability and are using this legislation for 20 years or so that they've been using it. So, Mr. Speaker, if there's no further questions, I ask for the BR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Thank you, members, and I will.
Chairman Witt.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask for final passage of SB 166.
That is the question. Final passage of SB 166. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 166 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 417 with substitute by Representative Pettis, relating to paramedics.
Chairman Pettis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, everywhere in the state right now, we have a very shortage of paramedics. What this bill does is just says you do not have to have a college degree to be a paramedic. With that, ask for a BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here?
Yes.
Y'all moved fast on me on the last bill. Y'all missed me. So we'll have the opportunity to talk a little bit. Can you give me an idea? This is deleting a requirement. Is that what this is doing?
All it does, currently you have to have a college degree to be a paramedic.
Okay.
All this does is take, not the medical part out, it takes out the English, the stuff that doesn't have anything to do with the paramedic itself. It says you still got to pass all your tests, you still got to do all the requirements, state tests and all. It's just you don't have to have the English and the other stuff that's required. for
So
a
the
college.
prerequisite courses you don't have to have.
That's correct.
Why would we want to do that?
Well, there's a shortage. And right now, just like in my state, in the shows, 2 years you can be an RN or 2 years you can be a paramedic. RN makes a lot more money than a paramedic, so more is going to the RN instead of the paramedic. So we're having a shortage of paramedics. So if you take off the college degree, it costs less, and you can get more students, more paramedics on the street faster.
Okay, so, but they have to like properly be able to document what's going on with the patients before they make that transfer over to the hospital, correct?
Well, they do that now.
They do that now, but
Yes.
part of that would be through the training that they go through, and we're just taking away some of the basic fundamental things that everyone would need, like these prerequisite courses. Like everybody feel like they don't need freshman English for their major, but we don't just take it away.
Well, if the RN, you requires the English, and this, the paramedic would not. That way you get out quicker. You don't have to spend 2 years in college. You can spend less time and get them out there faster on the road.
Are they doing it? Where else are they doing this?
It's pretty much every community college in the state requires the 2-year degree.
No, I'm talking about deleting this requirement. Where else is deleting this requirement?
I don't.
What other state? Any other state?
I don't know. This was my county. My county commission come up with this because we have a real shortage of paramedics for our ambulance service for our county. And this was their way of saying, hey, we could get more paramedics for our ambulances in our county.
Okay, what would this do to the liability insurance?
Nothing. You still got to pass all the tests to be a paramedic. The public health has to certify them that they passed the test, and they issue the license.
Okay, so this will have no issue with liability or anything like that.
Not that I see. No.
Okay.
I'm not an attorney, but you know.
Okay, so the steps, like the medical steps, what would it take? What would a person do? You know how sometimes you have like a CNA, and then you have like an LPN, and then you have like a RN. What would be the steps as far as the paramedics?
A lot of them are EMTs before they're paramedic.
They're EMTs before?
Yes.
Okay. Are we requiring them to have driver's license?
No.
They don't have to have driver's license?
They don't have to drive. Usually the paramedic's the one that rides an ambulance, not the driver.
Who's the driver?
Usually the EMT is the driver.
The EMT is the driver?
Yes. The paramedic's usually the one that rides. In most ambulances, it is in my county.
Okay. So you don't have to have a driver's license or take English and math classes to be a paramedic?
That's, if this bill goes through, that'd be correct.
Okay. And so how many more paramedics do you think that you're going to be able to get by reducing the requirements of becoming a paramedic?
Who knows?
Like, do you have like an idea or scope?
No, I do not.
Okay.
We're just hoping that we'll get more to go to the paramedics instead of being an RN, because they both require the same 2 years. You can be an RN or you can be a paramedic in 2 years.
It requires the same 2 years, but it's the detail of the work is not the same. I mean, it requires 2 years, but it's really apples and oranges. It's not the same thing, correct?
Well, I mean, you have different classes, but they both.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So like we have dual enrollment at some of our high schools that's preparing people for workforce development to allow them the opportunity to get their CNA and other things like that. Do we have anything that works with dual enrollment with the community college system that could carve off some of the time that you're talking about between the community college system to help people get some of those credits earlier?
Yes, they can do that now.
They can do that now. So
Yes.
that's what I'm wondering. We're talking about the same 2 years. Most students that are in a dual enrollment situation, they have history and English and math credits already in high school that cuts off some of the 2 years that we're talking about as far as the workforce development of them working towards this EMT or this paramedics associate's degree.
They can still do that now. I mean,
Right.
they can go ahead and do their, like the EMTs, the same way. It doesn't require a college degree. But they can go ahead and be taking the medical side of it and still get out quicker.
Right. So
even on the dual enrollment, they can go to like Shoals Community College and be taking the paramedic classes without taking the English.
So I guess what I'm asking is, why is the focus not more on getting the students to enroll in dual enrollment classes for those prerequisite classes that we appears to be talking about that's making them take too long? And that way they only have a year or a year and a half to complete of actual community college.
Well, they can do that, but that's what I'm saying. They can do that. They can.
I know they can do that now. That's what I'm saying. So
without the English,
right? They can do that now. So how fast do we want them to become paramedics? Like in 6 weeks? I mean, what is it that we're trying to get to? Is what I'm asking.
Well, according to the shows, it would knock off one semester. They would get them out one semester quicker without having to do the degree.
Okay. I can see that. One semester quicker, plus the opportunity for dual enrollment classes. So I guess they could finish in a year.
Yes.
Year and a half. So we have a lot of people that are applying for the paramedics degrees programs.
We don't have enough, no.
But so you're saying that they're applying to be nurses is why we don't have enough? Well, and we're trying to pull from the population of them that's applying for nurses to kind of balance that off?
No, well, we've got a shortage of RNs too. It's
right, that's what I was wondering.
It's just, we're hoping we can get more people in, especially if they're an EMT, they can go ahead and take the extra training and go on the road and work in their ambulances and all. We don't have RNs working their ambulance. You know, most of them are in a hospital.
Right.
This will put them so our ambulance will have paramedics in every ambulance. Right now, we don't have enough paramedics to put in every ambulance.
Okay. So the shows, is that like so like in our area, we have like the county EMTs or EMS, and we have we have private as well. So you
all
may
our
have
ambulances are private. We don't have a public ambulance.
Okay, so this will help speed up to help the private ambulance companies?
Yeah, we don't have a public, ours is a private ambulance service for our county.
Okay.
And it does the whole county. It's just they're having a hard time getting paramedics to staff the ambulances.
Okay. Is this comparable at all to like fire medics? Where you have like, because I know like in Mobile, we have fire medics.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Okay, y'all don't have that. Okay. Okay, I definitely.
Our firemen are mostly EMTs. You know, they don't run the ambulance service. I know a lot of places do. The fire departments run the ambulance service, and ours,
right.
The firemen respond to the calls, but they're not on the ambulance.
Yes, sir. I do remember like ours, you have to, it was one of only 2 in the state with this high recognition of being able to provide this service. So I know others are doing it, just not quite at that level of expertise with doing it. I think it's I don't know. You know what I mean?
I understand.
I'm used to you bringing trooper bills, and now I'm kind of flipping it. Now I'm like, okay, we're dealing with the ambulance services, but I definitely know that we need to have good quality trained people. And I guess English and math and history doesn't quite make you just the best EMT, but I think taking away those prerequisite courses may be a slippery slope. But I understand sometimes we have to do what we have to do to fill these vacancies, because at the end of the day, when someone calls 911, they need somebody to show up and provide them medical treatment that they need. And,
it's the same way with the paramedic can do several more steps than an EMT can.
Right.
So if you're having a heart attack, you want a paramedic there, not an EMT.
Okay. All right.
An EMT can help, but they die before they get there.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tallapoosa, Representative Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pettis, are you familiar with the term ambulance deserts?
No.
Well, that's something that we deal with in this state ever more frequently, and it's because we can't get enough paramedics. So ambulance services literally, for several reasons, one is insurance premiums, Medicaid reimbursements, but also because we don't pay our EMTs enough. You have large areas, both in rural and in urban areas in this state, where we simply do not have ambulance service. So there are places where you can be in Alabama right now where something bad could happen to you and there's nobody that comes for you. And that's just the way it is. Senator Weaver put together a task force this last year. We worked for a year to try to find ways to alleviate that problem for the state. I don't think we came up with all the answers, but one of the things we did decide, both for paramedics and for nurses, is to start looking at the way we train these people, how they perform their job, and what can we do to actually speed up that pipeline. And the other part of that was how you could get people actually working while they train. So a paramedic, typically they become an EMT first. And then they'll go to work on the ambulance as an EMT basic. Well, then they become an EMT advanced. And then, of course, they become a paramedic. So you're talking 2.5 years down the road before they're a paramedic. So I think what we're getting to is we're talking about on-the-job training is very important for this. So in a conventional school setting where you go by the semester, you're confined by how long the semester is. So if it takes 2.5 semesters to become a paramedic, and that's in an academic setting, it certainly makes a lot more sense to do on-the-job training with someone who's still getting the academic training while he's getting the practical training as well. So I think where we're headed, and I think where we're going with your bill, is we're making the way for that to happen. And I don't know if that's the only thing that we can do, but I think it's a very important thing, and I appreciate you bringing that bill.
Thank you.
Certainly would shorten the timeline. Another thing that we are facing is there are very few places that do training now. You know, we've lost several of the junior colleges that conduct the type of training we need, and that is a post-COVID phenomenon where nurses make more money, like you said before. And that's something that we are working on as a state, but that's not fast enough to fill the gap right now. We need your bill very, very much at this time. I appreciate you very much for bringing it. I hope everybody is listening and paying attention because it's very important. And this is one of those things that doesn't matter until you need them or somebody in your family needs them. And that's where the work we do becomes very, very important.
Yes.
So I do thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to say thanks for bringing the bill.
Thank you.
My district is impacted by this because there are a lot of people who, very smart, gifted people who don't want to go to college. And yet they're the gears and the levers and the nuts and bolts of so much of the service of our community. And so I think it's a great bill, and I thank you for bringing it. And I know there are a lot of people in my district who will be thrilled to step in and serve, some of which are going through the process but are being delayed right now because of these things. So it's a good bill. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
Yes, ma'am.
I kind of get upset when people want to shortcut healthcare training in any aspect. Yeah, you might have more paramedics coming. So, but I could get a paramedic to come and not know what to do for me because they haven't had the proper training. I think since you said that some of the students are already doing dual enrollment, but why can't we go and pitch to those students that's doing the dual enrollment in high school and get them at least, because communication is important and being able to communicate effectively is important. And with the paramedic, when they come across someone that is ill and they've got to treat them, provide that first level of treatment they'll get before they get to the hospital. I certainly would want that person to be able to communicate effectively, and that's what the English does. But I would encourage you, because I know your bill will pass, because we don't compromise in this house. We think that whatever we put on the table is 500% and it don't need no more work on it. But I would encourage you to go to those high schools and encourage students to do the dual enrollment, because that's what I'm doing in my area. Everywhere I could talk it up, especially those that's going in the 9th grade, I start talking to them and their parents early about dual enrollment. And if in those earlier high school classes, if they could be introduced to those professions where we have a severe shortage, because the dual enrollment, certainly that's one way to be able to speed up the process. But I wouldn't want to cut out some things like English or math, because a paramedic needs the math. They need to know the proper dosage of whatever they are giving you. And to be able to communicate effectively, I think is a problem. But I would ask you to consider working with your superintendents and just look at, because all of us need to do it where we live, look at those professions where we have a severe shortage. And since the state pays for the dual enrollment, start making a practice of encouraging our superintendents to work with our students in the 8th, 9th grade to start introducing them to those types of professions where we need people and we need them quickly, and encourage them to take that advantage of the dual enrollment, because I don't want to get down the road a little bit and we see people, they got in that profession really quick and they want to do it, but because we might have missed a step here and there, that they don't perform to the level they do. But I would encourage you to, because I try to do it every day, wherever I am, when I hear parents talking about their children getting ready to go to high school. And I try to encourage them, even the parents, to start looking at those professions where we have the shortages, and start talking to their students, their children about it. And if the schools would do the same thing, then we could maximize those dollars we're paying for dual enrollment. And like you're talking about these paramedics, so when they get out of the 12th grade, they could then go into the part that you want to minimize, that half a semester, that semester, and we can accomplish the same thing by doing it. And we might be able to cover a lot of places where we're lacking if we start early enough talking to our children about the types of deficiencies we have in employment. And then give them, some tours to the hospital, to shadow a paramedic or something like that they could do, especially during the summer months. And I think that would help us out quite a bit too, because we need everything in medical care. There's a shortage everywhere. But if we start recruiting earlier, I think that would help us out also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record a vote, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 3 abstention. BR has passed. Chairman Pettis.
Mr. Speaker, I have a substitute from Health Committee. Basically, what this is from our 2-year colleges. We changed a couple of words in to make sure that they must obtain a post-secretarial equivalent award in a paramedic course of instruction. That doesn't mean they have to have a degree, but they do have to complete the course. That's basically what the substitute does. With that, I asked for the substitute.
Okay, we heard the explanation of substitute. The members that's got your lights on, you don't speak on the sub or the bill? On the bill? Okay, so the question for the body is passage of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record a vote, 99 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been amended. Chairman Pettis.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage as substituted.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for the recognition. Hey, I don't get an opportunity to come down here and say, this is a good bill to you very often. So it's a good bill.
Thank you.
And also, I think everybody's kind of said the same sort of things. But mentioned rural areas having issues with paramedics. Cities are having the same issue too. You mentioned not paying them enough. Not creating enough business to sustain themselves in in the city of Tuscaloosa, we had to actually create a monopoly to protect one entity. Otherwise, we wouldn't have one at all. And that one entity is still kind of struggling to meet the demands to meet the demands to the point where many cities are actually exploring creating their own individual EMS because trying to meet the demand of their location of their cities. I mean, it is a significant problem, and you don't discover it until something happens, and you're looking at 30 to 40 to 50 minutes of somebody coming to get you, or the demand gets so great that they can't. So anything that we can do within reason to create opportunities for people to make it easier for them to be paramedics but still receive the training necessary is something that we absolutely have to do. So I commend you. It's a great bill, and I'm looking forward to voting for your bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this legislation. I finished my education career in a community college. And I was upset with the president and the way things was changing because they was taking all the tech classes and making them college classes. People want to be plumbers and they don't want to go in and write a thesis.
That's right.
But they do need to know how to add and subtract. That much to handle their business, you know. So what we are trying to do here with your bill is some of the same things that I was pushing then. Everybody don't want to go on a degree. Some people want to get a trade and get the heck out of town and go to a job. So what we are doing here is we're having quantity, but it's not going to eliminate the quality.
That's correct.
So we need more people in the profession.
Yes.
But we're not lowering the standard.
No.
The only thing we're doing is eliminating some of these courses that's unnecessary for them to do their job.
That's correct.
And I really appreciate that. And I thank you. And I want people to get this out because it takes about 45 minutes to a good hour to get an ambulance in my neighborhood. And when they come, you better have somebody know what they're doing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is final passage of HB 417. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 417 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have a moment of your attention, one of our own, Brett Easterbrook, went to the doctor. He was hoping for some good news from the heart doctor. Unfortunately, he's going to have a triple bypass. So if you guys wouldn't mind keeping Representative Easterbrook in your thoughts and prayers. And Mr. Speaker, if you wouldn't mind, it would be appropriate for just a recognition for Representative Easterbrook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I told her.
He's arguing the whole way.
See, arguing the whole way.
Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McCampbell.
Ladies and gentlemen of the body, today is a holiday, but we all didn't get to take off. But there is a certain lady that has a birthday. She's getting to be a little older, so I have a resolution for her. Oh, I'm sorry, a little younger. Will the clerk read the resolution, Mr. Speaker? You mind?
I think it would be appropriate, AJ, if he did read the resolution out loud.
The clerk is not happy. House of Representatives. State Representative Artist A.J. McCampbell hereby commends Ernestine Crowell. Commendations and congratulations are herein extended to Ernestine Crowell on the occasion of her 115th birthday. She wishes she looked that good. May 16th, 2023. But defying the laws of time and aging, she does not look a day over 100. Therefore, this certificate is offered with the heartiest congratulations and best wishes for future happiness.
All right, congrats.
Now, Miss Ernestine, read between the lines. Birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ernestine. Happy birthday to you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment, and we have agreed to meet tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Is that right? Remember, we're meeting tomorrow at 3. I move we stand in adjournment.
All in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned.